It is more than 50 and it is growing because every day people are joining. Yesterday, two independent who were supporting Shiv Sena have landed into Guwahati. And I think that number will increase day by day.
So is it safe to say that you have more than 37? You have 38 now? Is 38 the number?
We have 38 of party MLAs who have won on Shiv Sena symbol, and rest of them are official support of Shiv Sena.
Okay. What are you going to now do with these 50 MLAs? Party-wise. Okay, let's start with the party-wise. You have 38 of your own MLAs. Party-wise, what can you do?
We have the constitutional right to form our own group. We have applied for that, and we must get that recognition, which is mandatory.
And what is that own group? Will you be staying with the Shiv Sena? Will you be staking claim to the Shiv Sena party, or will you join, or rather will you float a new outfit, or will you merge with another party?
There is no question of merging with anybody. This is related to Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra and nothing to do with all other activities that is being carried by the party elsewhere. In the assembly, we will be recognized as a separate group, which is our constitutional right. And I hope the Honorable Deputy Speaker will do it at the earliest so that he is performing his constitutional duties properly. That is what I can say.
Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, while you are speaking to me, there are attacks going on leaders who are with you, who are pro-Eknath Shinde. We saw some of the offices being vandalized by pro-Uddhav Thackeray workers of the Shiv Sena. Sadly, until a few days back, they were with you. How do you respond to that? These are some of the pictures coming in.
One thing I like to tell, that Honorable Uddhavji is now not only the party chief, but he's also the head of the state, which is his constitutional responsibility to maintain law and order in Maharashtra, and he must guide his spokesperson to not to make any statements like coming to the road, showing the muscle power. His own people are doing that, then he's not performing his duty properly as head of the state. As CM of Maharashtra, Maharashtra has a great tradition of democracy. It was the land of social reforms, and I think now he will have to come out of that road just as a party leader, and he has to go into the road of a strict CM who has to lead Maharashtra, whose duty is to keep Maharashtra peaceful. And if he don't perform that, then I'll be very disappointed, because I look at him as a great leader and he has the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Had Balasaheb Thackeray been there, it would have never happened. He never fought for his own people to be in power. He fought for the people of Maharashtra. And that is the difference between today's agitation and agitation during Balasaheb's days. He used to always tell that my Shiv Sainik will be in power, I'll not be in power. When you come into power, then you become a constitutional authority, and it is your first duty to protect the lives of the people, whether he is your friend, whether he is your enemy. Everybody is same for you, because you are a constitutional authority now. You have to perform your duties, and I expect him to perform his duty perfectly.
But we continue to give you the latest updates on Republic TV, all the scoops and all the angles from the political thriller which is transpiring here in Mumbai and Maharashtra. I'm outside Sagar Devendra Fadnavis' residence, and I'll get you all the updates after this short break. Stay tuned.
And from the Shiv Sena Bhavan here in Mumbai, viewers, and also from Guwahati, there is a hectic tug of war ongoing, separated by 2,000 kilometers, and we'll have all the updates as the Thackeray's hold key meetings to keep their flock together. Stay with Republic.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है. आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए. ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है कि इसमें कोई दम नहीं है. ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना
Stories from across the country in brief. The Prime Minister will be in Germany for the G7 summit with India to participate as the guest country at the summit. The Prime Minister is further expected to speak over several issues to be taken up at the summit for discussion. Sajid Mir, identified as a handler for the LET and on India's most wanted list for the 26/11 attacks, has been jailed for 15 years in Pakistan. Considered a project planner for the attacks, he has been jailed for. In fact, the terrorist is said to have been arrested as the attempt to have Pakistan's name removed from FATF's grey list. He has also been declared dead or in the country on previous occasions by Pakistani authorities. A statement by filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma over President's name has drawn ire from the BJP, with the BJP leader Gudu Narayan Reddy calling it an act of disrespect towards scheduled tribes. Filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma reacted to the growing outrage over the comment and said that the reference was a result of a remembrance of the characters associated to the name Draupadi.
Well, we continue to get you all the updates on Republic TV. Right now, I'm outside Sagar. This is Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And we'll get you minute-by-minute updates of that important meeting with the BJP allies at 11 a.m. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Ladies and gentlemen, more Shiv Sena leaders and more Shiv Sena MLAs have all landed in Guwahati with the Eknath Shinde camp. It can't really be called the rebel camp because it seems to have more than 2/3 of the party now with it. Until yesterday,
Uddhav Thackeray was playing the hyper-emotional card, saying that if his own legislators, if his own party leaders reject him, then he's willing to quit. He thought it would work, it didn't. And after getting really badly snubbed by the Shinde group, he has now changed his line. He is now playing not the emotional angle, he suddenly turned into the tough approach, realizing that there is a real possibility of losing control over the party itself. His approach has changed. I wonder who keeps advising him. Now he's putting out ultimatums, and Shiv Sena leaders from his camp are blackening out Eknath Shinde posters. There have been attacks on a rebel MLA's house. There is a mobilization of the Shiv Sena cadre, almost a call to action, and the Uddhav camp is preparing to fight to not lose the party. Now viewers, I think this is happening a bit too late. I had said a few days back that I was really worried about the implications of such dangerous political instability, constantly perennial instability, misgovernance on the citizens. And I say so again today. When the governments are so unstable, when a chief minister is so not in control, when the party structure and control over the party itself is so fragile, so tenuous, so delicate, so unpredictable, then what happens to governance? What happens to decision making? What happens to decision making for the citizen? Does anyone care for the citizen? Or as these fights happen within parties like the Shiv Sena, is the citizen told, you fend for yourself while we sort it out? Viewers,
The headlines at this hour at 10 a.m. Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile up numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? Hectic poll is lined up as Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options. Amid turmoil in the party and government, Uddhav to chair Shiv Sena National Executive Meet today. Uddhav camp prepares to disqualify 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. Shinde camp asks, is that even possible? Assam flood situation worsens. Death toll rises to 118 while over 45 lakh hit by the floods.
और बाकी आरोपियों को आपको कैसे महसूस हो रहा है? आप उस वक्त एक एमएलए थे।
देखिए, सबसे पहले क्लीन चिट नहीं है, मैं इसके बारे में बाद में बात करूंगा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूरे आरोपों को खारिज किया है और आरोप क्यों घड़े गए इसके बारे में भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है। एक प्रकार से आप कह सकती हो कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये आरोप पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है, ये भी सिद्ध कर दिया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट ने सिद्ध किया है। जहां तक कैसा लगा का सवाल है, 18-19 साल की लड़ाई, देश का इतना बड़ा नेता एक शब्द बोले बगैर सभी दुखों को भगवान शंकर के विषपान की तरह गले में उतारकर सहन कर कर लड़ता रहा, और आज जब अंत में सत्य सोने की तरह बह रहा है, चमकता हुआ बह रहा है, तो आनंद ही होगा। मैंने बहुत नज़दीक से मोदी जी को इस दर्द को झेलते हुए देखा है, इस आरोपों को झेलते हुए देखा है, और सब कुछ सत्य होने के बावजूद भी क्योंकि न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चालू है, हम कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे। इस स्टैंड को कोई बहुत मजबूत मन का आदमी ही ये स्टैंड ले सकता है। ये अभी जो इंटरव्यू हम कर रहे हैं वो मैं 2003 में भी गुजरात के गृह मंत्री के नाते कर सकता था, पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के नाते भी कहता, क्योंकि परिस्थिति में कोई बदलाव नहीं है, फैक्ट था। परंतु संपूर्ण न्यायिक प्रक्रिया जब तक समाप्त नहीं हुई तब तक मोदी जी ने इसको प्रभावित करने के लिए कुछ नहीं कहा, चुपचाप उसको सहन करते रहे।
मैंने आपसे भी पूछा ये सवाल, मैंने मोदी जी से भी पूछा, और आप दोनों यही कहते थे कि न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चालू है इसलिए मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं। आपने भी यही कहा और मोदी जी ने भी यही कहा। 19 साल हो गए हैं, तो 19 साल में आप इधर उधर की बातें करते थे, पूरा आप डिटेल में नहीं जाते थे। अब आप क्या बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ उन दिनों में?
सबसे पहले 19 साल के बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट की खंडपीठ ने आज जो जजमेंट दिया है, उस जजमेंट से मोदी जी पर लगे हुए सारे गलत आरोप को खारिज कर दिया गया है। और ये भी कहा गया है कि कुछ लोगों ने उस आरोपों को पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड तरीके से लगाया था।
टू कीप द पॉट बॉइलिंग कहा। हाँ,
वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट।
कौन थे वो आपके हिसाब से?
नाम मैं बताता हूं बाद में। और तीसरा, इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पर जो धब्बा लगा था वो भी धुला है। और मोदी जी जैसे वैश्विक नेता पर जो गलत आरोप लगाए थे, मैं मानता हूं कि लोकतंत्र के अंदर मोदी जी ने संविधान का सम्मान कैसे हो सकता है, इसका एक आदर्श उदाहरण सभी राजनीति में काम करने वाले लोगों के सामने करा। मोदी जी की भी पूछताछ हुई थी, किसी ने धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करा था। देश भर से कार्यकर्ता आकर मोदी जी के समर्थन में सॉलिडारिटी के लिए खड़े नहीं हुए थे। हम कानून को कोऑपरेट किए थे। मेरी भी अरेस्ट हुई थी, कोई धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करे थे। और जब सत्य इतनी लंबी लड़ाई के बाद बाहर आता है विजयी होकर, तो सोने से भी ज्यादा उसकी चमक होती है। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आज जिन लोगों ने भी मोदी जी पर आरोप लगाए थे, अगर उनकी अंतरात्मा है तो उन्होंने मोदी जी की और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए।
सिर्फ आरोप लगे थे क्या? दंगे हुए तो थे ना?
आरोप क्या था? दंगे मोटिवेटेड थे। दंगों में राज्य सरकार का हाथ था, दंगों में मुख्यमंत्री का हाथ था, यहां तक भी कह गए। आरोप यह था। दंगे से कौन इनकार कर रहा है? देश में दंगे कई जगह पे हुए हैं।
तो क्या उन दिनों में आप भी थे वहां पर? तो उन दिनों में क्या पुलिस जो है, जो कहते हैं कि पुलिस कुछ कर नहीं पाई, जो कुछ ऑफिशियल्स थे वो दे वर नॉट एबल टू डू मच, और बहुत से लोग कहते हैं कि वहाँ पॉलिटिकल जो व्यू था इस वजह से ना तो पॉलिटिकल ना तो ब्यूरोक्रेसी ना ही पुलिस इतना कर पाई रोकने के लिए, दंगे रोकने के लिए।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विरोधी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, कुछ आइडियोलॉजी के लिए राजनीति में आए हुए पत्रकार और कुछ एनजीओ ने मिलकर, एक त्रिकूट ने मिलकर ये आरोपों को इतना प्रचारित किया और इसका इकोसिस्टम भी इतना मजबूत था कि धीरे धीरे झूठ को ही सब सत्य मानने लगे।
पर उस वक्त तो आपकी सरकार दिल्ली में भी थी और आपकी सरकार गुजरात में भी थी, तो फिर मीडिया को या फिर उन लोगों का नेटवर्क इतना स्ट्रांग कैसे था?
हमारी सरकार का कभी भी मीडिया के काम में इंटरफेरेंस का दखल ही, मतलब हमारा एटीट्यूड ही नहीं है। ना उस वक्त करा था, ना आज कर रहे हैं। परंतु उस वक्त जो इकोसिस्टम बनी थी, वो इकोसिस्टम ने एक झूठ के पुलिंदे को इतना हवा बनाकर जनता के सामने खड़ा कर दिया कि इसकी इन्फ्लुएंस में सभी लोग थे। शायद कोर्टें भी होगी।
अगर सत्य था तो फिर एसआईटी की क्या जरूरत थी?
एसआईटी में आज मैं आपको सत्य बताता हूं, एसआईटी का ऑर्डर कोर्ट का नहीं था। एक एनजीओ ने एसआईटी की मांग करी, कोर्ट ने फॉर सेक ऑफ आस्किंग हमारे लॉयर को पूछा। हमारे लॉयर ने कहा मुझे इंस्ट्रक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे। लंच आवर के बाद फिर से कोर्ट बैठी। हमारी सरकार ने कह दिया कि हमें कुछ छुपाना ही नहीं, तो एसआईटी बने, हमें क्या आपत्ति है। इट वॉज कंसेंटेड डिसीजन। गुजरात सरकार की रिकॉर्ड पर कंसेंट है
कोर्ट ने अपने जजमेंट में भी लिखा है कि एनजीओ की मांग थी, गुजरात सरकार ने कंसेंट दी है। हम बहस कर सकते थे, मगर क्यों करें, क्योंकि हमें कुछ छिपाना ही नहीं था। आज जब जजमेंट आया है तब तय हो गया है कि जजमेंट में लिखा हुआ नाम मैं बोलता हूं, एक पुलिस अफसर का नाम दिया है, एक एनजीओ का नाम दिया है और कुछ पॉलिटिकल एलिमेंट्स का नाम दिया है। ये तीनों ने मिलकर जजमेंट के अंदर ये स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सनसनी खड़ी करने के लिए झूठ बातों को फैलाया गया, झूठ बातों को आगे बढ़ाया गया और झूठे सबूत घड़े गए। एसआईटी को जो जब जवाब लिखवा रहे थे तब भी उनको मालूम था कि ये झूठा जवाब है, जिसको एसआईटी ने भी बाद में कोर्ट के सामने रखा कि ये झूठे जवाब थे और वो जानते थे कि झूठे। आज कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि सरकार ने दंगा रोकने के लिए भरसक प्रयास किए। कोर्ट ने यह तय कर दिया कि मुख्यमंत्री ने बार बार शांति की अपील की थी। कोर्ट ने यह तय किया घटनाएं मतलब ट्रेन जलाने की घटना के बाद जो दंगे हुए वो सुनियोजित नहीं थे, स्वप्रेरित थे। ये भी कोर्ट ने आज जजमेंट में कह दिया और तहलका द्वारा किए गए स्ट्रिंग ऑपरेशन को भी कोर्ट ने खारिज कर दिया, क्योंकि इसका आगे पीछे का पूरा फुटेज जब आया तब मालूम पड़ा कि स्ट्रिंग ऑपरेशन पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है।
सेना को बुलाया नहीं गया इतनी देर तक, 3 दिन नहीं बुलाया गया। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा देयर वाज नो डिले, लेकिन क्या सेना, अगर आप उस वक्त होम मिनिस्टर होते, गृह मंत्री होते, तो क्या आप सेना को बुलाते नहीं जल्दी?
नहीं, जहां तक गुजरात सरकार का सवाल है, हमने कोई लेट लतीफी नहीं करी थी। जिस दिन गुजरात बंद का ऐलान हुआ उसी दोपहर को हमने सेना को बुला लिया था। सेना को पहुंचने में थोड़ा समय लगता है। आप हमारा हिसाब मांगती है, मांगना भी चाहिए, मुझे जवाब भी देना चाहिए, परंतु मैं क्लियर कर दूं, जहां तक गुजरात सरकार का सवाल है, एक दिन की भी देरी नहीं की है। रिकॉर्ड बहुत स्पष्ट है, कोर्ट ने भी इसको अप्रिशिएट किया है। परंतु दिल्ली में सेना का मुख्यालय है, दिल्ली में इतनी सेना है, जब इतने सारे सिख भाइयों बहनों को मार दिया, 3 दिन तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। कितनी एसआईटी बनी? हमारी सरकार आने के बाद एसआईटी बनी। कितनी अरेस्ट हुई? इतने सालों तक सिख नरसंहार में विपक्ष की सरकारें रही, कभी अरेस्ट नहीं हुई, और वो लोग हम पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं पार्शियलिटी के।
आप और मोदी जी दोनों कहते हैं कि इट वाज अ टैक्टिक या फिर कह दीजिए कंस्पिरेसी कि गुजरात को एक बुरा नाम देने के लिए कि ये एक दंगाई प्रदेश है और बीजेपी जो है एक दंगाई पार्टी है, और गुजरात 2002 के बाद वो टैग लग गया। क्या आप मानते?
मैं और मोदी जी नहीं कहते, भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं कहते कि हम पर टैग लगाने का झूठा प्रयास किया। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी कहती है कि झूठा टैग लगाने का प्रयास किया। आप लोकतंत्र में संविधान को भी नहीं मानेंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी नहीं मानेंगे। पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट सच्चे या सुप्रीम कोर्ट का सब एविडेंस एप्रिशिएट कर कर लिया गया फैसला सच्चा, ये देश की जनता ने तय करना पड़ेगा। आप जैसे पत्रकारों ने भी तय करना पड़ेगा। और अगर ये मत बनता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एप्रिशिएट हुआ एविडेंस एप्रिशिएट करने के बाद दिया गया फैसला सच्चा है, तो अब क्वेश्चन उठाने चाहिए। पत्रकारों की जिम्मेदारी है, जिन्होंने आरोप लगाए थे उनके पर पूछना चाहिए उनको कि क्या आधार था ये आरोप का, और आधार था तो क्यों नहीं गए सुप्रीम कोर्ट में।
आपने एनजीओज का जिक्र किया, कौन से एनजीओज हैं, क्या किया उन्होंने?
देखिए, मैंने बहुत हरीडली जजमेंट को पढ़ा है, मगर इसमें तीस्ता सेटलवाड का नाम बहुत स्पष्ट दिया है। तीस्ता सेटलवाड की एनजीओ थी, नाम तो मुझे मालूम नहीं है अब उनका। उन्होंने हर थाने में इस प्रकार की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को इन्वॉल्व करने वाली एप्लीकेशनें दे दी थी, और मीडिया का दबाव इतना था कि सभी एप्लीकेशनों को सच मानकर ट्रीट किया गया।
मीडिया और एनजीओज का एक नेक्सस था, आप कह रहे हैं इन दोनों ने मिलकर 20 साल तक चलाया ये पूरा?
ना 20 साल नहीं चला।
2002 अब 2022।
स्मिता बहन, सबसे बड़ी बात तो जनादेश होता है और जनता सब देखती है। 130 करोड़ लोगों के 260 करोड़ आंख होती है, 260 करोड़ कान होते हैं, सब देखती है, सब सुनती है। हम कभी चुनाव नहीं हारे। जनमानस ने, जनता ने कभी भी ये आरोप को स्वीकारा नहीं। मीडिया, एनजीओ और हमारी विरोधी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आरोपों को चलाते गई। एक चला दिया कि सीडी के बारे में, सीडी लेकर राहुल शर्मा चले गए। वहां पर नोटिंग है, नोटिंग साइड पर रोज काम है, उसने अपने रिकॉर्ड में रखा है, कोई कानून को नहीं तोड़ा है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी इसको स्वीकृत किया है।
बहुत से लोगों का मानना है कि एसआईटी इन्फ्लुएंस हुई थी, बीजेपी का दबाव था एसआईटी के ऊपर। हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो कुछ और ही कहा है अभी, लेकिन इतने साल तक जब इन्वेस्टिगेशंस चल रहे थे तो उस टाइम सालों साल डिले करते गए। तो इस
देखिए, एसआईटी की रचना हमने नहीं करी थी, देश की सर्वोच्च अदालत ने करी थी। अफसर का चयन भी हमने नहीं करा था, देश की सर्वोच्च अदालत ने एनजीओ को सुनने के बाद करा था। और जो अफसर रखे गए थे वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रूल स्टेट से नहीं लिए गए थे, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के लिए गए थे। और तब तक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बदल चुकी थी, यूपीए की आ चुकी थी।
तो एसआईटी इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं हुई थी,
जरा भी इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं। और कोर्ट मॉनिटरिंग केस था, कैसे इन्फ्लुएंस होती? इतने महंगे महंगे लॉयर एनजीओ की ओर से अपीयर होते थे।
जैसे जाकिया जाफरी कहती थी, जो आप महंगे लॉयर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, कि आपकी तरफ के जो लॉयर्स थे वो बहुत हेविली पेड थे, उनकी तरफ से नहीं थे। एसआईटी के लॉयर्स जो थे
हमारी ओर से, हमारे लॉ ऑफिसर ही थे और कोई नहीं था।
हाँ, उनको बहुत
लॉ ऑफिसर को इतना पैसा नहीं मिलता है, आप जानती हो। इसके पेमेंट का एक सिस्टम होता है, इसका रेट शब्द प्रयोग ठीक नहीं है, मगर उनकी फीस तय होती है। और कई सारे इतने गलत बातें कि फायरिंग में सिर्फ मुसलमान मारे गए, कोर्ट ने आज ये भी नकार दिया कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ है।
फायरिंग में मुसलमान नहीं मारे गए, लेकिन दंगों में तो मुसलमान मारे गए ना।
देखिए स्मिता जी, एक बात आप समझ कर चलिए, जिस तरह से 60 लोगों को जिंदा जला दिया था, उसका समाज में आक्रोश था। और जब तक दंगे नहीं हुए तब तक किसी ने इसका क्रिटिसिज्म भी नहीं किया, एक्सेप्ट भारतीय जनता पार्टी। कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक भी स्टेटमेंट, पार्लियामेंट चल रही थी उस दिन, किसी ने दुख भी व्यक्त नहीं किया कि 60 लोगों को जिंदा जलाने की घटना का आप भर्त्सना भी नहीं करोगे, निंदा भी नहीं करोगे। इतनी बड़ी वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स होगी। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कह दिया कि जाकिया जाफरी किसी और के निर्देशन पर काम करती थी। कई सारे विक्टिम्स का एफिडेविट एनजीओ ने साइन कर दिए, विक्टिम को मालूम ही नहीं है।
आपके हिसाब से किसने किया, क्यों किया जाकिया जाफरी के?
सब जानते हैं ना कि तीस्ता सेतलवाड जी की एनजीओ ये सब कर रही थी, केवल और केवल। और उस वक्त जो यूपीए की सरकार आई, उसने ढेर सारी मदद करी है तीस्ता सेतलवाड की एनजीओ को, ढेर सारी मदद करी है, सबको मालूम है, पूरे लुटियन दिल्ली को मालूम है।
गुजरात में तो आपकी सरकार थी इतने साल।
गुजरात में हमारी सरकार थी, मगर जो एनजीओ थे उसको भारत सरकार ने मदद करी है, सब जानते हैं। और केवल मोदी जी को टारगेट बनाकर ये सब किया गया, उनकी छवि को हानि पहुंचाने के लिए किया गया, उनको दंगों के केस में उनकी लिप्तता बनाने के लिए किया गया। मगर सत्य को कुछ नहीं होता है। ये लंबी लड़ाई मोदी जी ने बहुत धैर्यपूर्वक सारी वेदनाओं को, वो विष को हजम करते हुए लड़े और आज चमकते सूर्य की तरह सत्य बाहर आया है। मोदी जी जीत कर बाहर आए हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दंगों का कोई आरोप नहीं रहता। और मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, जो हम पर लगाते हैं, उनके शासन जहां जहां रहे हैं वहां दंगे नहीं हुए हैं क्या? उत्तर प्रदेश का वो इतिहास उठाकर देख लीजिए।
पर कभी लेबल नहीं लगा किसी पर।
लेबल लगाया नहीं आप लोगों ने, लेबल हमने थोड़ी ना लगाया है, लेबल फैक्ट के आधार पर थोड़ी ना लगा है।
आप भी नहीं लगा पाए एज अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी?
हम करते ही नहीं, हम करना भी नहीं चाहते, हम क्यों किसी पर लगाए देवर? दंगों का पॉलिटिकल उपयोग करना ही नहीं चाहिए। गुजरात में जब भी इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट होता था, हर अखबारों में दंगों पर आर्टिकल आ जाते थे। 10 साल तक, 12 साल तक कंटिन्यूअस आए। मोदी जी जब भी विदेश जाते थे, उनको एम्ब्रेस करने के लिए विदेश के अखबारों में आर्टिकल छपाए गए। एक व्यक्ति को परेशान करने के लिए कैसा हो सकता है? मुझे तो लगता है आप जैसे व्यक्तियों ने थीसिस लिखना चाहिए कि विसिएट कैंपेन कैसा होता है। ये कैंपेन चलाने वालों से सीखिए।
तो इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये वर्डिक्ट इतना अहम क्यों है पार्टी के लिए और मोदी जी के लिए? मतलब आप जब इतिहास लिखेंगे आपकी पार्टी के लिए तो 20 साल बाद, क्योंकि आज का जो युवा है वो तो जानता भी नहीं शायद 2002 में हुआ क्या, क्योंकि ये 20 साल पुरानी बात है। तो आज के युवा जब ये देखेंगे तो उस दिन क्या हुआ, उन 3 दिनों में क्या हुआ? क्या आपको अब कोई रिग्रेट्स हैं और अब आप क्या देखते हैं इस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट को?
पहले एक बात समझ लीजिए, आज का युवा नहीं जानता है ऐसा आप कह सकते हो। इतिहास हजारों साल जिंदा रहता है और झूठे आरोप जो होते हैं उसका निरसन न्यायालय के माध्यम से होना बहुत जरूरी है। और इसलिए लंबी लड़ाई, 18-19 साल लंबी लड़ाई मोदी जी भी लड़े हैं और सत्य ढूंढने वाले लोग भी लड़े हैं और आज विजयी होकर बाहर आए।
क्या इसलिए ये लड़ाई जरूरी थी? मतलब कि आप इतिहास जब लिख रहे हैं अपनी
इतिहास
पार्टी
लिखने के लिए नहीं, किसी भी झूठ के सामने लड़ाई करना निहायत जरूरी होता है। किसी भी अपप्रचार के सामने उसको एक्सपोज करना बहुत जरूरी होता है। इतिहास तो अपने आप बनते रहते हैं। 2 बार 2/3 बहुमत से जीतना ही इतिहास है। देश में जीएसटी डाल देना भी इतिहास है। देश के अंदर सीडीएस बनाना भी इतिहास है। देश के पहली बार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करना भी इतिहास है। पहली बार एयर स्ट्राइक करना भी इतिहास है। पूरे दुनिया में भारत के गौरव को आसमान तक ले जाना भी इतिहास है। इतिहास की तो खैर बहुत सारी बातें हैं, परंतु झूठ के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए और मोदी जी डट कर लड़े हैं, धैर्यपूर्वक लड़े हैं और आज विजयी होकर बाहर आए।
पार्टी के लिए ये कितना सिग्निफिकेंट है? पॉलिटिकली मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट है। पॉलिटिकली कम, परंतु जिस प्रकार से मेरे पार्टी के सर्वोच्च नेता को विक्टिमाइज करने का प्रयास किया गया और आज कोर्ट ने उसकी धज्जियां उड़ा दी हैं। मैं मानता हूं ये जजमेंट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए, न केवल मोदी जी के लिए, हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए। मोदी जी के लिए तो खैर आत्मसंतोष का विषय हो सकता है, हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए गौरव का विषय है कि आज जो झूठे आरोप हमारे सर्वोच्च नेतृत्व पर लगाए थे वो सारे खारिज हो गए।
सर, गुजरात लेबोरेटरी ये एक टर्म बन गया था कि जो गुजरात में जो एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया, यानी कि बिना मुसलमानों के सरकार हम बना सकते हैं, बिना मुसलमानों के वोट के हम सरकार बना सकते हैं, और अगर मुसलमान ज़रा सा इधर या उधर हो जाए, लाइन पे ना चले, तो दंगे करा सकते हैं। ये एक गुजरात एक्सपेरिमेंट और गुजरात लेबोरेटरी करके जो अपोजिशन पार्टीज़ कहते हैं कि बीजेपी जो है ये इसको एक पॉलिटिकल साइंस बना दिया है उन्होंने, और वो हर राज्य में इस्तेमाल करती है।
देखिए, अब जैसा जिस कलर के ग्लास का चश्मा पहनेगी ऐसा दिखाई पड़ेगा। पीले पहनेगी तो पीला दिखाई पड़ेगा, काले पहनेगी तो काला दिखाई पड़ेगा। ये देखने का नजरिया है। गुजरात मॉडल जरूर बना है। देश में हमने सबसे पहले 24 घंटा बिजली हर गांव में पहुंचाने का काम किया, वो एक मॉडल है। देश के अंदर 12 साल के अंदर 0 ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो, लगभग 0 ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो, और 99% से ज़्यादा एनरोलमेंट किया बच्चों का प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के अंदर, वो भी मॉडल है। गुजरात के ट्राइबल एरिया के लिए वन बंधु कल्याण योजना लेकर आए, वो भी मॉडल है। 10% ग्रोथ रेट के साथ 12 साल तक एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट हमने अचीव किया है, वो भी एक मॉडल है। ढेर सारे मॉडल है, हाईवेज से लेकर ग्रामीण विकास से लेकर अर्बन डेवलपमेंट तक। हमारे अर्बन डेवलपमेंट के एक्ट भी मॉडल है। जहां तक दंगों का सवाल आप कर रही है, आप एक बात समझ लीजिए, आप इतनी वरिष्ठ पत्रकार है स्मिता बहन, आप कांग्रेस के शासन के जो आपको ठीक लगे वो 5 साल और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन से जो आपको ठीक लगे वो 5 साल ले लो। कितने घंटे कर्फ्यू रहा, कितने लोग मारे गए, कितने दंगे हुए और दंगे का ड्यूरेशन क्या था, कंपैरिजन कर लीजिए तो मालूम पड़ जाएगा कि दंगे किसके शासन में ज्यादा हुए। और दूसरी बात, ये दंगा होने का मूल कारण गोधरा की ट्रेन को जला देना था। 60 लोगों को, 16 दिन की बच्ची को मां की गोद में बैठे हुए जिंदा जलते हुए मैंने देखा है। मेरे हाथ से अग्नि संस्कार किया है मैंने गोता गांव में। इसके कारण दंगे हुए थे और आगे जो दंगे हुए हैं वो पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड थे। रिजर्वेशन का आंदोलन हुआ, दंगों में कन्वर्ट कर दिया गया।
जब वो गोधरा से बॉडीज लेके गए थे अंतिम संस्कार के लिए, तब आपको लगा था कि ये देयर विल बी अ ब्लोबैक, मतलब कि कोई प्रतिक्रिया होगी?
देखिए, उस वक्त किसी को सोचने की सुध बुध ही नहीं थी, इसलिए क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न ये था कि जो 59 लोग मारे गए हैं, इनके परिवार को उनका अंतिम संस्कार भी न करने देना। और कोई प्रोफेशनल इनपुट ऐसा नहीं था कि भाई इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में रिएक्शन आ जाएंगे।
तो बॉडीज को परेड कर दिया गया था।
परेड नहीं करा है, ये गलत प्रचार है। 16 सिविल अस्पताल में ले गया गया और बंद एम्बुलेंस में उनके परिवार वाले अपने घर पर ले गए।
आप हॉस्पिटल में थे?
मैं खुद हॉस्पिटल में था।
क्या देखा आपने उस दिन?
क्या देखना क्या था, जली हुई लाशें थी, दुख ही दुख था, आक्रांत था, रोज था।
आप एमएलए थे, लेकिन आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में ज्यादा दंगे हुए नहीं कंपेयर टू बाकी जगहों में। अगर आप उस वक्त इंचार्ज होते, अगर आप होम मिनिस्टर होते, तो आप क्या करते अलग उस वक्त?
देखिए, जो भी लोग थे उन्होंने अच्छा काम किया था, मगर घटना के कारण रोष इतने व्यापक मात्रा में था जिसकी भनक किसी को नहीं लगी थी, किसी को नहीं लगी थी, ना पुलिस को लगी थी ना किसी को लगी थी, और बाद में किसी के हाथ में ही नहीं रहा।
सर,
और देखिए, इस बात पर अनेक अदालतों में, एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज के कमीशन में सब जगह बहस हो चुकी है। ये मोदी जी को कोई पहली क्लीन चिट नहीं है, नानावटी कमीशन ने भी क्लीन चिट दी है, फिर भी एसआईटी बनाई गई। और मोदी जी एसआईटी के सामने कोई नाटक करते हुए नहीं गए थे कि भी मेरे समर्थन में आ जाओ, गांव गांव से आओ, नहीं आते तो फिर एमएलए को बुला लो, एमपी को बुला लो, एक्स एमपी को बुला लो और धरना करो।
पर क्यों नहीं गई बीजेपी, क्यों नहीं गई अब सपोर्ट?
हम मानते थे कि हमने न्याय में सहयोग करना चाहिए, न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में सहयोग करना चाहिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है, एक एसआईटी काम कर रही है। एसआईटी अगर चाहती है मुख्यमंत्री जी को कुछ सवाल पूछना, तो मुख्यमंत्री स्वयं कहते हैं कि मैं कोऑपरेट करने के लिए तैयार हूं। किस चीज का आंदोलन करना है? आंदोलन किस चीज का करना है? ये न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है। हमारे यहाँ कोई भी व्यक्ति न्याय की परिधि से बाहर नहीं है।
नहीं, दैट आई एग्री, लेकिन आप खुद कह रहे हैं कि विक्टिमाइजेशन हो रही थी, मतलब आपको आपके खिलाफ जो चल रहा था उस टाइम, मीडिया ट्रायल या एनजीओ, उसके खिलाफ आंदोलन, क्या वो जस्टिफाइड नहीं था?
देखिए, ट्रायल के खिलाफ, कोई भी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के खिलाफ आंदोलन जस्टिफाइड नहीं होता है, क्योंकि हमारा व्यू था वो व्यू सही तभी माना जाएगा जब न्याय की अदालत उस पर थप्पा मारी। मुझे जेल में डाल दिया तो मैं तो कहता ही था मैं निर्दोष था, परंतु जब न्याय की अदालत ने कहा कि मुझ पर गलत केस किया गया, मुझे फंसाने के लिए पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड साजिश थी सीबीआई की, तब इस पर थप्पा लगता है। मेरे कहने से कुछ नहीं होता।
उस वक्त लगा आपको कि पार्टी आपके साथ नहीं है?
जरा भी नहीं लगा, पार्टी मेरे साथ ही थी।
और आपको उस वक्त लगा कि ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है कि आपको जेल में डाल दिया?
मैं तो भाग्य मानता हूं।
क्यों?
मैं भाग्य में मानता हूं, और मेरा तो जिन्होंने भी किया भला ही किया है।
तो ये आप समझते हैं कि आपकी भलाई में हुआ? कैसे?
नहीं, जो हुआ भले के लिए हुआ, बाद में परिणाम अच्छे आए।
आपको क्या लगा उस वक्त जब आप जेल में थे? तो
कुछ नहीं लगता था। मैं लड़ाई लड़ने का निर्णय
आपको पता था कि आप बाहर निर्दोष निकल
जी, आज के इंटरव्यू का विषय मेरा केस नहीं है। आज के इंटरव्यू का विषय एक इतने बड़े पोटेंशियल लीडर पर, एक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री पर।
आप दोनों साथ थे सर, इसलिए मैं पूछ रही हूँ। 20 साल से आप दोनों एक साथ हैं, गुजरात से लेकर यहाँ तक, दिल्ली तक आना। आप दोनों
लोग मोदी जी के साथ है 25-25 साल से, 40-40 साल से।
इस केस में
केस में नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता है नाते।
पर ये राइट्स को लेकर जब भी किसी को सोचा जाता है, किसी के बारे में सोचा जाता है, आप दोनों के बारे में, हालांकि आप उस वक्त सिर्फ एक एमएलए थे, लेकिन इस लड़ाई में आप उनके साथ थे हमेशा।
नहीं तो लड़ाई मुझे लड़नी है, क्योंकि ये सत्य की लड़ाई है। मेरी पार्टी पर आरोप लगे, मेरे नेता पर आरोप लगे, मैं क्यों नहीं लड़ूंगा।
पर ऑपोजिशन हमेशा कहती है कि दंगे आप करने देते हैं, जब तक लोग डेथ टोल नहीं हो जाता तब तक आप दंगे करने देते, क्योंकि इससे पॉलिटिकल फायदा होता है, पोलराइजेशन।
बहन, आप भी वही कर रही हो जो 2003 में मीडिया ने किया था। आपके पास इतनी बड़ी टीम है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोई कम राज्यों में सरकार रही, की भी थी, बसपा की भी थी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्टों की भी है। ठीक है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन का कालखंड और एवरेज दंगे और एवरेज हताहत होने वाले लोग और उनके कालखंड का आप निकाल दीजिए।
आप मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूला निकाल रहे हैं।
मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूला नहीं कह रहा, अगर हम स्पॉन्सर करते हैं तो दंगे ज्यादा होने चाहिए।
दिखता नहीं है ना, वही तो वो कह रहे हैं कि आप जब स्पॉन्सर करते
देखना नहीं चाहते, आप देखना नहीं चाहते कि भाजपा के शासन में दंगे कम होते हैं।
दंगे जब होते हैं, वो कह रहे हैं, ऑपोजिशन कहती है दंगों से फायदा होता है बीजेपी को, पोलराइजेशन से पॉलिटिकल फायदा होता है, इलेक्टोरल फायदा होता है।
तो फिर हम ज्यादा कराते हैं, दंगे तो कम हो रहे हैं।
मैं गुजरात पे वापस आती हूँ, क्योंकि आप गुजरात स्पेसिफिक इंटरव्यू आपने कहा कि आप और किसी चीज़ पर बात नहीं करना चाहते, सिर्फ गुजरात पर बात करना चाहते हैं। आप मुझे बताइए कि अब आप 20 साल अगर आपको रिवर्स पे देखना पड़े तो क्या मोदी जी कर सकते थे जो उन्होंने नहीं किया?
ऐसा है, सब कुछ किया है। मैं तो बहुत नजदीक से देख रहा था। इतने डिटेल में शायद ही किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने काम किया था। एक थाने की स्ट्रेंथ 100 पुलिस की होती है, 150 पुलिस की होती है, एडिशनल फोर्स लो तो 400 पुलिस की हो गई, और 2 लाख लोगों का जमघट है। क्या कर सकते हैं आप? इसको कंट्रोल करते करते समय लगता है।
टीयर गैस, लाठीचार्ज, ये
सब हुआ है, फायरिंग हुआ है। 900 लोग फायरिंग में मारे गए।
तीसरे दिन
नहीं, दूसरे दिन भी हुआ है। पहले दिन तो सवाल ही नहीं था, घटना थी। दूसरे दिन भी फायरिंग हुआ है, तीसरे दिन भी हुआ है। परंतु सरकार को भी व्यवस्थाएं करने में, और जो स्केल बन गया, उस स्केल को पहुंचने में थोड़ा समय लगता है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मुझे पूरा मालूम है, इस वक्त गिल साहब भी हमारे यहाँ आए थे हमारी मदद में, मोदी जी की सरकार की मदद में। गिल साहब भी आए थे। गिल साहब के साथ मैंने भी डिनर करा है। उन्होंने कहा इससे ज्यादा प्रॉम्प्ट एक्शन मेरे जीवन में मैंने नहीं देखा है।
और उन्होंने पंजाब एक्शन देखा हुआ था।
हाँ, कि इससे ज्यादा न्यूट्रल और प्रॉम्प्ट, 2 शब्द प्रयोग थे, न्यूट्रल और प्रॉम्प्ट एक्शन मैंने मेरे जीवन में पुलिस की करियर में नहीं देखा है। फिर भी आरोप लगाए, गिल पर ही लगा दिया आरोप।
अब जो पिटिशनर्स हैं वो कह रहे हैं उन्हें न्याय नहीं मिला सुप्रीम कोर्ट के, जाकिर जाफरी, क्या उन्हें न्याय मिला है? आपको क्या लगता है?
मैं निश्चित रूप से मानता हूं एक ही जजमेंट सेशन कोर्ट में आया, इसके खिलाफ आपने हाई कोर्ट में अपील की, हाई कोर्ट ने कड़ाई से, सेशन कोर्ट से ज़्यादा कड़ाई से कहा। इसके खिलाफ आपने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपील करी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इससे भी कड़ाई से करा। फिर भी आप स्वीकार नहीं करते हो तो क्या कर सकते हैं? और दूसरा, डेट जिसने ली है, इसका रिकॉर्ड न्याय की अदालतों में पड़ा हुआ है, देख लेना चाहिए जिसको भी इंटरेस्ट है उसने। हर बार एनजीओ ने डेट ली है। लंबा खींचना, इश्यू को पेंडिंग रखना।
क्यों?
क्योंकि मोदी जी पर आरोप लगता रहा।
तो जस्टिस वो नहीं चाहते थे, वो पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा चाहते थे, क्या ये कह रहे हैं आप?
पॉलिटिकल गेन चाहते थे।
पॉलिटिकल गेन।
मैं जाकिया जी की बात नहीं कर रहा, जो एनजीओ साथ में लगे थे, जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां एनजीओ को फंडिंग कर रही थी और जो मीडिया के ग्रुप एनजीओ को प्रसिद्धि दे रहे थे, वो लोग।
सर मुझे बताइए कि 2002 के बाद और इस न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के बाद क्या लेसन्स हैं? क्योंकि मंथन तो होता है आपकी पार्टी में और गवर्नमेंट में भी, सरकार में भी, तो क्या लेसन्स आप सीख चुके हैं इससे, क्या कि ऐसे अब कभी ना हो?
ढेर सारे सुझाव आए हैं। वो सारे सुझाव मैं ही गृह मंत्री था, मोदी जी ही मुख्यमंत्री थे। गुजरात पुलिस ने अपनी कार्यपद्धति के अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट कर दिए गए हैं। ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल भी बदले गए हैं, सूचना प्राप्त करने की पद्धति को भी बदला गया है, सूचना का ग्रेडेशन करने की नई सिस्टम इवॉल्व कर दी गई है और सूचना ग्रेडेशन करने के बाद इसके अनुरूप एक्शन क्या होंगे, इसकी भी एक एसओपी बनाई गई है। इसलिए 2002 के बाद गुजरात में एक भी दंगा नहीं हुआ है।
सेंटर स्टेट में जो तालमेल होना चाहिए राइट्स कंट्रोल करने के लिए, क्या उसे फाइन ट्यूनिंग, उसकी फाइन ट्यूनिंग
मुझे लगता है व्यवस्था ठीक है। अभी जो व्यवस्था है वो ठीक है।
क्योंकि अभी जो हमने देखे थे, जो अग्निपथ जो स्कीम है, उसके कारण जो दंगे हुए थे, हाँ वायलेंस में लोग मरे नहीं, लेकिन काफ़ी देर तक इनएक्शन था, तो इसमें फिर वो स्टेट्स की बात हो जाती है।
ऐसा है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कंट्रोल करना स्टेट की जिम्मेदारी है। भारत सरकार सहयोग कर सकती है, स्टेट की डिमांड पर सहयोग कर सकती है। और जब स्टेट को लगता है कि हमारी स्टेट की मशीनरी कम पड़ रही है या तो हमें ज़्यादा मैन पावर चाहिए जो स्टेट के पास उपलब्ध नहीं है, तो रिजर्व फोर्स में से भारत सरकार की मैन पावर जाता है। ये व्यवस्था बहुत परफेक्ट है और हर स्टेट में कमोबेश भारत सरकार के सीएपीएफ्स के बटालियन लगे हुए हैं, तो कहीं और से नहीं लाना है। मानो बिहार है तो एसएसबी हमारी तुरंत घंटों में पहुंच सकती है।
पर उसमें भी कहा जाता है कि पॉलिटिकली हो जाता है मोटिवेट, जैसे ममता जी कहती हैं कि जो सेंट्रल फोर्सेस हैं वो पॉलिटिकल आदेश पर काम करती हैं।
स्मिताबेन, ममता जी को ना आप समझा सकते हो ना मैं समझा सकता हूँ, छोड़िए, इसके आधार पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कैसे तय होगा। पॉलिटिकल बातें करने के लिए हर एक को इस देश में स्वतंत्रता है।
जी, आपका कोई आज जब ये रूलिंग आई है तो आप, एक बार और पूछूंगी मैं कि आपको कैसे महसूस हो रहा है आज के?
मुझे बहुत अच्छा महसूस होता है। मोदी जी को बहुत सारे बदनामी झेलते हुए मैंने देखा है। मोदी जी पे बहुत सारे झूठ और झूठे आरोप मढ़ते हुए, निर्लज्जता से मरते हुए मैंने देखा है। इसके बावजूद भी संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, कानूनी प्रक्रिया, इसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं करना है, ये बोल्ड स्टैंड लेते हुए मैंने देखा है और 18 साल धैर्य रखते हुए देखा है और 18 साल के बाद आज विजयी होते हुए भी मैंने देखा है। मुझे तो बड़ा संतोष है कि सार्वजनिक जीवन में नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक ऐसा एग्जाम्पल सेट किया है कि आरोप कितना भी झूठा हो, आप उसको न्याय की अदालत ही तय कर सकती है, सच है या झूठ है, तब तक धैर्य रखना चाहिए।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ऑब्जर्वेशन ये भी था कि उस वक्त की सरकार ने दंगा रोकने का प्रयास नहीं किया और ये भी कि कुछ विटनेसेस जो हैं वो ऐसे जवाब दे रहे थे जैसे कि डिक्टेशन दे रहे हैं उन्हें। दोनों चीज़ें ऑब्जर्व किया गया।
देखिए, उस वक्त सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो ऑब्जर्वेशन किया था वो एनजीओ के एफिडेविट के आधार पर किया था। इसकी जांच के लिए एसआईटी बनाई थी, एसआईटी ने अपनी रिपोर्ट दे दी और आज जो जजमेंट आया उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है राज्य सरकार ने दंगा रोकने के लिए भरसक कोशिश की, राज्य सरकार ने उचित समय पर उचित कार्यवाही कर कम नुकसान में दंगों को समाप्त किया और राज्य सरकार ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा दी गई विटनेस प्रोटेक्शन की स्कीम को पूरा का पूरा फुल स्टॉप कॉमा में पूरा किया है।
तो इसीलिए कहा जाएगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी इन्फ्लुएंस किया है?
सवाल ही नहीं है सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इन्फ्लुएंस करने का। आप आरोप लगाने के लिए तो कोई भी कुछ भी लगा सकता है, परंतु आप जजमेंट पढ़ेगी, मेरे हिसाब से 300 से ज़्यादा पेज का जजमेंट है और हर आरोप को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने गोलमोल नहीं किया है, डील किया है। किस आधार पर ये करा है? सामने से श्री कपिल सिब्बल ने बहुत सारे आर्ग्यूमेंट्स किए हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। ये इतने सालों से लड़ा जाने वाला केस है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 7 साल तक केस चला है और हर बार पूरे दिन सुनवाइयां हुई है। ये तीनों बातों को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट किया है कि राज्य सरकार ने भरसक कोशिश की, उचित समय पर उचित निर्णय लेकर इसको कम नुकसान में दंगों को समाप्त करा और जो विटनेस प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम राज्य सरकार ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने रखी थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने थोड़े बहुत अमेंडमेंट कर अप्रूव करी थी, इसको फुल स्टॉप कॉमा में स्पिरिट के साथ लागू किया है। और मोदी जी के लिए भी कहा कि मोदी जी ने बार बार दंगा रोकने के लिए मीटिंगें भी करी, अपीलें भी करी, सार्वजनिक अपीलें भी करी और स्थान पर भी गए। ये सभी चीज़ों को आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नोट किया है। तो मैं मानता हूं कि एक भी आरोप जो एनजीओ ने लगा था वो टीका नहीं है। मोदी जी बिल्कुल कोई आरोप के बगैर पूरी बात से आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट से बाहर आए हैं और आज सत्य का विजय हुआ है।
मीडिया और एनजीओज, इन दोनों के ऊपर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है। आप एक बार अगर आप कहें कि आप व्हाट डू यू थिंक शुड बी द रोल, और क्या रोल मीडिया ने नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव, एनजीओज ने नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव क्या किया?
नहीं, त्रिकूट है, सिर्फ मीडिया और एनजीओ नहीं है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां भी जो एनजीओ को नर्स करती है वो भी है, आप इसको मत छोड़िए।
तो आप व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि क्या इससे कोई लर्निंग लेसन्स मिलेंगे?
मैं तो मानता हूं ये देखकर सबने आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए।
धन्यवाद मेरे से बात करने।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Home Minister Amit Shah breaking his silence on the 2002 Gujarat riots in this interview that you were just watching here on Republic TV. He spoke about the role played by NGOs, by various political parties and vested interests in their attempt to defame the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time and presently Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and he says that the Supreme Court judgment has vindicated the Prime Minister once and for all and cleared all doubts that anyone may have had about the role played by the then Gujarat government as far as the riots were concerned. Abhishek joins us to tell us more, to discuss more about Amit Shah breaking his silence and the Supreme Court decision regarding the 2002 Gujarat riots. Abhishek, it's over to you to analyze for us. We were just listening to the Home Minister as he spoke, as he broke his silence and spoke about what the Supreme Court verdict means. It's over to you.
Usma, the Home Minister has put the record straight in all the conspiracy theories or about all the conspiracy theories around Gujarat riots in the light of the Supreme Court verdict that has come yesterday, upholding the clean sheet that was given by the Special Investigation Team. To begin with, SIT was appointed by the Supreme Court itself. Number two, that though it was an application or a demand by NGOs, the Gujarat government had accepted it and in fact agreed with it, and that's how the SIT continued its work, carried out its work. It got all cooperation from state administration at that time by way of records, and after meticulous investigation only it came to the conclusion that the charge that was sought to be levelled against the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, that there was some kind of element, that there was some kind of conspiracy, and that there was some kind of harboring by the state administration of that conspiracy, all have come under, made some marks against NGOs, those who law abuse of law were detailed. The Supreme Court has named NGOs, has named.
Well, he's slammed NGOs in particular. Various NGOs, many of them led by and supported and sponsored by political parties. The mention of Teesta Setalvad, her role in this entire episode of nearly 20 years well, he spoke at length about that. So you were just watching the Union Home Minister as he broke his silence about the 2002 Gujarat riots. After the Supreme Court verdict on the matter yesterday, the Gujarat government vindicated once again after, as Abhishek was telling us, our executive editor was telling us about how after the SIT clean chit, it's another vindication. Abhishek, it's over to you. Please continue.
That the Home Minister has put the record straight on many counts, quoting from the Supreme Court verdict and the fact that the court had to say that there was an attempt to question the wisdom of the topmost court of the country. There was an attempt to abuse the process of law for more than a decade. There was an attempt to falsify facts. And in this, NGOs came together with some former officers, as also, of course, as the Home Minister now says, that there was full backing of the then UPA government led by the Congress party in harboring, protecting and supporting this attempt at maligning the government of that time. In fact, Home Minister took pains to explain why for almost a decade and more since the clean chit by the SIT, Prime Minister has kept mum. He himself kept mum because they respected the due process of law, the judicial process, and that the other side should have done so as well. The fact that since 2012, it's more than 10 years, and not one comment came in from the BJP or the Home Minister himself, despite his long association with the Prime Minister. He in fact went on to say that Prime Minister took the chalice of poison and lived with those attacks for all this time because he respected the judicial process of the country, he respected the constitution and law of the land and wanted this process to be completed. And that's why today he has taken this occasion of Supreme Court really upholding that clean chit and coming down heavily on those who conspired, in fact, to let this let the judicial avenues be misused. And he's now coming out. I think a lot of points coming out also of the fact that there was no conspiracy in the Gujarat riots, that the administration was on its feet, that army was immediately called. Now look at this conspiracy theory, for example, or the narrative that was built that the Gujarat government took its own time to call the army. The fact of the matter is the army was called the same evening the Sabarmati train carnage happened, and in fact it took about 3 days for the army to come in because of the logistics issues. It was not in the control of the Gujarat government, and yet a narrative was built that the government was lax in bringing in or calling in the army. The Home Minister in fact compared it with what happened in 1984 when the army happens to be in Delhi, and yet army is not called. In 2002 at least the army was part of Operation Parakram. All the mobilization happened along the Rajasthan-Punjab border. It was difficult getting all the battalions back to Ahmedabad, and that's why perhaps it took 2 days and not in control of the Gujarat government at that time. Similarly, the manner in which the government was hounded by an ecosystem. In fact, the Home Minister used the word Lutyens ecosystem, which included NGOs, which included some journalists at that time, and of course the government of that time in New Delhi. Clearly shows that a lot of angst has come out in this interview that the Home Minister has given to the agency ANI, and obviously this is going to trend for a while in terms of facts coming out on the Godhra train carnage. For example, the Home Minister mentioned why the train carnage itself was never condemned. Also, another fake narrative that was built was that the bodies were paraded across Ahmedabad to incite violence, to incite emotions. He put the record straight on that also. He said that there was no question of carrying or parading bodies like that. With dignity, they were carried in ambulances, and whatever happened by way of violence post the Godhra train carnage was angst, anger and reaction coming in to the train burning, about which not many people spoke at that time. It's only the BJP that was talking about it that time. So I think there would be reactions to this interview as the day progresses, Rukma. This is the beginning. I think it was a longish interview, about 40 minutes, in which Home Minister really brought out all the facts, put across his point of view. And of course, I would say he put across Prime Minister's side as well, given the fact that Narendra Modi is someone who has really taken the brunt of all the propaganda, all the mischief, all the conspiracy, all the planning to build a narrative which would have maligned him, but did not succeed. And the fact that he respected due process of law. Also, another interesting point that the Home Minister made was that when you are undergoing the process of law, and when you are under the scrutiny, you are not supposed to protest. I think he was indicating towards the political drama we have seen accompanying the questioning of Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case, and the kind of protests that have been carried out by the Congress party. Compare that with when Narendra Modi was asked by the Special Investigation Team for questioning. He went in, submitted himself to questioning without any paraphernalia, without any political drama accompanying it, went quietly, spent 19 hours there, came out, and whatever questions were asked, he answered them. So I think the fact that the Supreme Court also has underscored all these points, which were really brought out in this interview by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has been a long accomplice and comrade of Prime Minister, if I could say that. In fact, he himself mentioned that it's a relationship that goes back to almost 40 years in the BJP, and he spoke with that confidence, with the confidence of that understanding of what the Prime Minister has gone through. So some bit of emotion also coming out when, to begin with, he said that the Prime Minister has taken the chalice of poison and not spoken about it even once, because he always respected the judicial process, always respected the constitutional scheme of things, which many times others don't, and yet they are allowed to let go lightly because there is an ecosystem in Delhi. There is an ecosystem in Delhi which protected those people, including the NGOs and the journalists. In fact, Sundar Aarti Singh joins us of the BJP, National Secretary and spokesperson. Aarti Singh Saab, the Home Minister really putting this record straight insofar as Godhra train burning and the subsequent riots in Gujarat are concerned, and the attempt to malign the government at that time led by then Chief Minister Narendra Modi. All right, I think it seems we have lost the audio there of Aarti Singh. We'll try to connect some more BJP voices, in fact some opposition voices as well, because remember, it's a no-holds-barred interview. The Home Minister has really used this opportunity of clean chit being given by the topmost court of the country. In fact, not just clean chit, a clean chit of the SIT being upheld by the topmost court of the country. And in fact, the court came down heavily on those people who have abused due process of law. In fact, the court went on to say that these people should be made to face the same process of law for having abused it and having questioned the wisdom of the topmost court of the country. Now look at the way things have really panned out. 2008, the Special Investigation Team set up 11 big cases of the Godhra riots given to SIT, and also the SIT was formed after full agreement by the state government at that time, full cooperation extended to it. Best of the officers given. In fact, Aarti Singh is back online, I believe, with us. Aarti Singh, Home Minister interview there, putting the record. All right, Shehzad Poonawala joins us, in fact. Shehzad, you heard the interview, the Home Minister really putting the record straight, and hopefully now this narrative that was built that Gujarat riots were a conspiracy should be put to rest. Shehzad, if you are able to hear me, my question was that the Home Minister has really put the record straight, and now there should be a closure, and those who were crying conspiracy should hold a mirror, given the fact that the topmost court of the country has also told them that they were abusing the process of law. Absolutely, Abhishek. Today it is a day of Satyamev Jayate. The truth can be troubled and harassed, but the truth can never be suppressed. Today, the verdict of the Supreme Court in the Zakia Jafri matter, where it has said that the matter was devoid of any merits. It has also said that how the processes of law were abused for 16 long years, how this was done only to sensationalize matters, how there was a tutoring or a coaching that was done of the petitioner. This all indicates that there was a cottage industry of hate, propaganda and lies, and this was done to target Narendra Modi ji. But in the attempt of targeting Narendra Modi ji, Abhishek, entire state of Gujarat, the people of Gujarat, the Hindu community and the people of India were targeted. And the byproduct was that every time, just to target one man, Gujarat was defamed on a regular basis. And this is not the only verdict. The Nanavati Commission report, the trial court, the magisterial court, the High Court, the Supreme Court, and may I also remind you, in 2015, the Supreme Court in the Sanjeev Bhatt case has openly said that there was a collusion between so-called activists, so-called political rivals, so-called NGOs, and the media was used as a tool to target the people of Gujarat. Today, these people should come out and answer and apologize to the people of Gujarat. They should apologize to the Chief Minister's position of Gujarat. They must apologize why this hatred and propaganda was being driven for 20 years. And they continue to do this. This cottage industry has now become a multinational industry of hate and propaganda. Even today, they are involved in Bharat Badnami. You are right, Shahzad. In fact, the Home Minister did mention that whenever Prime Minister has travelled abroad, there have been attempts made by way of op-eds to again continue to drag him and bind him to those Gujarat Riot days. But thankfully now, with the Supreme Court verdict, a sense of closure should come, and misuse of process of law. More importantly, jockeying on that poor woman, Zakia Jafri should end. We have to take a short break on that note, but we will come back and continue with this story as it trends through the day.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
जाकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। मित्रों, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन नावं, दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे?
Breaking on Republic TV, and just a short while back you were listening in to that exclusive interview in which the Union Home Minister Amit Shah broke his silence about the 2002 Gujarat Riots as a reaction to the Supreme Court verdict that gives a clean chit following and upholding the clean chit given by the SIT that was formed to probe the riots. Amit Shah has clearly stated that it is a vindication of the truth.
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य,
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। मित्रों, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन नावं, दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य,
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Top stories at 11 a.m. Amit Shah breaks the silence on the 2002 Gujarat riots, takes on the propagandists as Prime Minister Modi gets highest level of clean chit. Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile the numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? Hectic parlays lined up as Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options. Uddhav camp prepares for disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs, and Shinde camp asks, is that even possible? Assam flood situation worsens, death toll rises to 118 while over 45 lakh hit by the floods. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Priyanka Sharma and I'll be taking you through what really is making the top stories today. One, we have just seen Amit Shah's massive interview, and right after the vindication that has come on for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the apex court of the country, where in fact the SIT that was being looked into as to the probe that was being carried out in the 2002 riots, and a complete clean sheet that is being given to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the top court. And today we are seeing Amit Shah, who had been alongside of the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, also coming out and clarifying on several of the allegations that had been leveled against the Gujarat government at the time that Amit Shah in fact had also been the minister there, the MLA there as well, and how he had also been involved. Now these are some of the allegations that had been leveled, and all of that have been addressed by Amit Shah as well.
अनुजा जी, ANI के साथ बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद। आज जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्लीन चिट दे दिया मोदी जी को और बाकी आरोपियों को, आपको कैसे महसूस हो रहा है? आप उस वक्त एक MLA थे।
देखिए, सबसे पहले क्लीन चिट नहीं है, मैं इसके बारे में बाद में बात करूंगा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूरे आरोपों को खारिज किया है और आरोप क्यों घड़े गए इसके बारे में भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है। एक प्रकार से आप कह सकती हो कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये आरोप पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है, ये भी सिद्ध कर दिया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट ने सिद्ध किया है। जहां तक कैसा लगा का सवाल है, 18-19 साल की लड़ाई, देश का इतना बड़ा नेता एक शब्द बोले बगैर सभी दुखों को भगवान शंकर के विषपान की तरह गले में उतारकर सहन कर कर लड़ता रहा, और आज जब अंत में सत्य सोने की तरह बह रहा है, चमकता हुआ बह रहा है, तो आनंद ही होगा। मैंने बहुत नज़दीक से मोदी जी को इस दर्द को झेलते हुए देखा है, इस आरोपों को झेलते हुए देखा है, और सब कुछ सत्य होने के बावजूद भी क्योंकि न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चालू है, हम कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे। इस स्टैंड को कोई बहुत मजबूत मन का आदमी ही ये स्टैंड ले सकता है। ये अभी जो इंटरव्यू हम कर रहे हैं वो मैं 2003 में भी गुजरात के गृह मंत्री के नाते कर सकता था, पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के नाते भी कहता, क्योंकि परिस्थिति में कोई बदलाव नहीं है, फैक्ट था। परंतु संपूर्ण न्यायिक प्रक्रिया जब तक समाप्त नहीं हुई तब तक मोदी जी ने इसको प्रभावित करने के लिए कुछ नहीं कहा, चुपचाप उसको सहन करते रहे।
मैंने आपसे भी पूछा ये सवाल, मैंने मोदी जी से भी पूछा, और आप दोनों यही कहते थे कि न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चालू है इसलिए मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं। आपने भी यही कहा और मोदी जी ने भी यही कहा। 19 साल हो गए हैं, तो 19 साल में आप इधर उधर की बातें करते थे, पूरा आप डिटेल में नहीं जाते थे। अब आप क्या बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ उन दिनों में?
सबसे पहले 19 साल के बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट की खंडपीठ ने आज जो जजमेंट दिया है, उस जजमेंट से मोदी जी पर लगे हुए सारे गलत आरोप को खारिज कर दिया गया, और ये भी कहा गया है कि कुछ लोगों ने उस आरोपों को पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड तरीके से लगाया था।
टू कीप द पॉट बॉइलिंग कहा। हाँ,
वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट।
कौन थे वो आपके हिसाब से?
नाम मैं बताता हूं बाद में। और तीसरा, इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पर जो धब्बा लगा था वो भी धुला है, और मोदी जी जैसे वैश्विक नेता पर जो गलत आरोप लगाए थे, मैं मानता हूं कि लोकतंत्र के अंदर मोदी जी ने संविधान का सम्मान कैसे हो सकता है, इसका एक आदर्श उदाहरण सभी राजनीति में काम करने वाले लोगों के सामने करा। मोदी जी की भी पूछताछ हुई थी, किसी ने धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करा था। देश भर से कार्यकर्ता आकर मोदी जी के समर्थन में सॉलिडारिटी के लिए खड़े नहीं हुए थे। हम कानून को कोऑपरेट किए थे। मेरी भी अरेस्ट हुई थी, कोई धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करे थे। और जब सत्य इतनी लंबी लड़ाई के बाद बाहर आता है विजयी होकर, तो सोने से भी ज्यादा उसकी चमक होती है। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आज जिन लोगों ने भी मोदी जी पर आरोप लगाए थे, अगर उनकी अंतरात्मा है तो उन्होंने मोदी जी की और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए।
सिर्फ आरोप लगे थे क्या? दंगे हुए तो थे ना?
आरोप क्या था? दंगे मोटिवेटेड थे। दंगों में राज्य सरकार का हाथ था, दंगों में मुख्यमंत्री का हाथ था, यहां तक भी कह गए। आरोप यह था, दंगे से कौन इनकार कर रहा है? देश में दंगे कई जगह पे हुए हैं।
तो क्या उन दिनों में आप भी थे वहां पर? तो उन दिनों में क्या पुलिस जो है, जो कहते हैं कि पुलिस कुछ कर नहीं पाई, जो कुछ ऑफिशियल्स थे वो दे वर नॉट एबल टू डू मच, और बहुत से लोग कहते हैं कि वहाँ पॉलिटिकल जो व्यू था इस वजह से ना तो पॉलिटिकल ना तो ब्यूरोक्रेसी ना ही पुलिस इतना कर पाई रोकने के लिए, दंगे रोकने के लिए।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विरोधी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, कुछ आइडियोलॉजी के लिए राजनीति में आए हुए पत्रकार और कुछ एनजीओ ने मिलकर, ये त्रिकूट ने मिलकर ये आरोपों को इतना प्रचारित किया, और इसका इकोसिस्टम भी इतना मजबूत था कि धीरे धीरे झूठ को ही सब सत्य मानने लगे।
पर उस वक्त तो आपकी सरकार दिल्ली में भी थी और आपकी सरकार गुजरात में भी थी, तो फिर मीडिया को या फिर उन लोगों का नेटवर्क इतना स्ट्रांग कैसे था?
हमारी सरकार का कभी भी मीडिया के काम में इंटरफेरेंस का दखल ही, मतलब हमारा एटीट्यूड ही नहीं है। ना उस वक्त करा था, ना आज कर रहे हैं। परंतु उस वक्त जो इकोसिस्टम बनी थी, वो इकोसिस्टम ने एक झूठ के पुलिंदे को इतना हवा बनाकर जनता के सामने खड़ा कर दिया कि इसकी इन्फ्लुएंस में सभी लोग थे। शायद कोर्टें भी होगी।
अगर सत्य था तो फिर एसआईटी की क्या जरूरत थी?
एसआईटी में आज मैं आपको सत्य बताता हूं, एसआईटी का ऑर्डर कोर्ट का नहीं था। एक एनजीओ ने एसआईटी की मांग करी, कोर्ट ने फॉर सेक ऑफ आस्किंग हमारे लॉयर को पूछा। हमारे लॉयर ने कहा मुझे इंस्ट्रक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे। लंच आवर के बाद फिर से कोर्ट बैठी। हमारी सरकार ने कह दिया कि हमें कुछ छुपाना ही नहीं, तो एसआईटी बने, हमें क्या आपत्ति है। इट वॉज कंसेंटेड डिसीजन। गुजरात सरकार की रिकॉर्ड पर कंसेंट है। कोर्ट ने अपने जजमेंट में भी लिखा है कि एनजीओ की मांग थी, गुजरात सरकार ने कंसेंट दी है। हम बहस कर सकते थे, मगर क्यों करें? क्योंकि हमें कुछ छिपाना ही नहीं था। आज जब जजमेंट आया है तब तय हो गया है कि जजमेंट में लिखा हुआ नाम मैं बोलता हूं, एक पुलिस अफसर का नाम दिया है, एक एनजीओ का नाम दिया है और कुछ पॉलिटिकल एलिमेंट्स का नाम दिया है। ये तीनों ने मिलकर जजमेंट के अंदर ये स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सनसनी खड़ी करने के लिए झूठ बातों को फैलाया गया, झूठ बातों को आगे बढ़ाया गया और झूठे सबूत गढ़े गए। एसआईटी को जो जब जवाब लिखवा रहे थे तब भी उनको मालूम था कि ये झूठा जवाब है, जिसको एसआईटी ने भी बाद में कोर्ट के सामने रखा कि ये झूठे जवाब थे और वो जानते थे कि झूठे। आज कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि सरकार ने दंगा रोकने के लिए भरसक प्रयास किए। कोर्ट ने यह तय कर दिया कि मुख्यमंत्री ने बार बार शांति की अपील की थी। कोर्ट ने यह तय किया घटनाएं मतलब ट्रेन जलाने की घटना के बाद जो दंगे हुए वो सुनियोजित नहीं थे, स्वप्रेरित थे। ये भी कोर्ट ने आज जजमेंट में कह दिया। और तहलका द्वारा किए गए स्ट्रिंग ऑपरेशन को भी कोर्ट ने खारिज कर दिया, क्योंकि इसका आगे पीछे का पूरा फुटेज जब आया तब मालूम पड़ा कि स्ट्रिंग ऑपरेशन पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है।
सेना को बुलाया नहीं गया इतनी देर तक, 3 दिन नहीं बुलाया गया। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा देयर वाज नो डिले, लेकिन क्या सेना, अगर आप उस वक्त होम मिनिस्टर होते, गृह मंत्री होते, तो क्या आप सेना को बुलाते नहीं जल्दी?
नहीं, जहाँ तक गुजरात सरकार का सवाल है, हमने कोई लेट लतीफ़ी नहीं करी थी। जिस दिन गुजरात बंद का ऐलान हुआ उसी दोपहर को हमने सेना को बुला लिया था। सेना को पहुंचने में थोड़ा समय लगता है। आप हमारा हिसाब मांगती है, मांगना भी चाहिए, मुझे जवाब भी देना चाहिए, परंतु मैं क्लियर कर दूं, जहां तक गुजरात सरकार का सवाल है, एक दिन की भी देरी नहीं की है। रिकॉर्ड बहुत स्पष्ट है, कोर्ट ने भी इसको अप्रिशिएट किया है। परंतु दिल्ली में सेना का मुख्यालय है, दिल्ली में इतनी सेना है, जब इतने सारे सिख भाइयों बहनों को मार दिया, 3 दिन तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। कितनी एसआईटी बनी? हमारी सरकार आने के बाद एसआईटी बनी। कितनी अरेस्ट हुई? इतने सालों तक सिख नरसंहार में विपक्ष की सरकारें रही, कभी अरेस्ट नहीं हुई, और वो लोग हम पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं पार्शियलिटी के।
There you have it, viewers. Amit Shah, in fact, pointing out as to what had gone on in the SIT probe that was being carried out against the Gujarat government, the then Gujarat government of 2002, that included the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah himself as well. Now, he has spoken about several of the points that had been raised by the opposition and has stated that there needs to be some kind of introspection that needs to be done on the people that had been leveling these allegations, and a lot of distinctions that he has also pointed out. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, you know, we are seeing the kind of statements coming to light from Amit Shah, who is now claiming that, of course, we were waiting for the rule of law to take place, that there was no protest across the country in support of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There was no statements from the BJP as well, because we were waiting for the rule of law to take place, the legal course to take place as well. Now, he's also said a lot of things about how people and political fragments, in fact, that need to carry out introspection because of the allegations that he had been leveling against the Prime Minister, the then Chief Minister, have fallen flat.
Well, naturally so, Priyanka, when the topmost court of the country comes down so heavily on these motivated applications and the entire campaign, when the Supreme Court names names, Teesta Setalwad is named, some officers are named, and it is clearly told that this was an attempt to keep the pot boiling, this was an attempt to sensationalize, this was an attempt to politicize, and there was not a tittle of evidence that was found, and SIT did a commendable job. That right from the magistrates court to the district court to the high court and topmost court of the country, proper due legal scrutiny has happened of the work of the SIT. And despite that, if questions are raised, if despite that protest pleas are filed, this is clearly abuse of process of law, and those who have done this should be held to account. So I think the Home Minister was very measured, Priyanka. He did not say that there would be any vendetta. He did not say that there would be any vindictiveness. He only suggested that despite all this, if at least those people who have carried this out do some introspection, I think that would suffice. The fact that Prime Minister, despite being a target for so long and possibly in the history of independent India, not one political personality has faced this kind of legal pursuit despite not having facts on their side. Almost like a witch hunt, he remained quiet and dignified and let the process of law be completed, let the process be completed and come to its conclusion, and not just once, twice. So if you look at it, the SI.
Right, we seem to be having some audio difficulty with Abhishek. We will get back to him in a bit. But we also have Gaurav Bhatia, who's joining us on the broadcast as well. Gaurav Bhatia, if I could come to you, you know, the statements that have come to light from Amit Shah, very balanced statements, really coming out and stating that this is the rule of law and that is, this is not surprising. These were just allegations that were leveled against the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi, and that the people who had been involved in tying up with certain NGOs to level these kind of allegations need to do some kind of introspection, Gaurav Bhatia.
This is a statement by the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah ji, which will resonate with every citizen of the country. Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has been a hero for the citizenry of the country, was targeted by sinister forces, by political parties in the opposition when they were in power, and also people like Teesta Setalwar. And Shri Narendra Modi ji, like a law-abiding citizen, set an exemplary example of facing law, facing interrogation, never ever resorting to any illegal means. And today, the Honorable Supreme Court has given him a clean sheet. This is a tight slap on the face of people who were trying to malign his image because they knew that they are no match to his hard work, to his vision, and to his honesty. And second, today, the larger question that the people of the country are asking, whether the opposition parties will accept the verdict of the Honorable Supreme Court. Will they apologize to the country? Will they apologize to Shri Narendra Modi ji? Because the least that they can do is to apologize and say that they are wrong.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia there of the BJP, and thank you for joining us, sir, on the broadcast. As we track for you viewers in that massive statements, in fact, coming to light from Amit Shah with respect to the vindication from the Apex Court to the Prime Minister. Stories and brief from across the country. Prime Minister will be in Germany for the G7 summit with India to participate as a guest country at the summit. The Prime Minister is further expected to speak over several issues to be taken up at the summit for discussion. Sajid Mir, identified as a handler for the LET on India's most wanted list of the 26/11 attacks, has been jailed for 15 years in Pakistan. Considered a project planner for the attacks, the terrorist is said to have been arrested as an attempt to have Pakistan's name removed from the FATF's grey list. He also been declared dead or in the country on previous occasions by Pakistani authorities. A statement by filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma over the president's name has been drawn ire from the BJP, with BJP leader Guru Narayan Reddy calling it an act of disrespect towards the scheduled tribes. Filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma reacted to the growing outrage over the comment and said that the reference was the result of a remembrance of the characters associated to the name Draupadi. The Hindu Sangharsh Samiti submitted a memorandum address to Haryana's Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar demanding an end to the issuance of meat licenses in Gurugram. The SFI condemned the protest held by workers of its organisation that led to the vandalisation of the Congress Wayanad office, claiming that the protest was carried out without permission of the SFI State Committee and the strict action will be taken against those that took part in that protest. Pakistan reacted to the NSA Doval's statement over resuming relation with India and said that while it wishes to resume relations, it feels that the environment is not conducive at the moment. The comments came about after the leader said that resuming the relations was being held back due to India's low tolerance on terrorism. At least 60 people were arrested by the GRP and RPF in connection in Hyderabad with the protest carried out against Agnipath scheme. The protests were arrested under several sections of the criminal code. The authorities in Uttar Pradesh have announced that arrests in connection with the Agnipath protests are at 1,551 at the moment in the state. 424 arrests have also been made in connection with the violence over the comments of the suspended BJP leaders. UPA candidate Yashwant Sinha is scheduled to nominate his papers for the presidential elections in New Delhi. He is to be accompanied by the SP leader Akhilesh Yadav with the Z-level security that has been provided for the presidential hopeful. Taking a short break now here, viewers, tracking for you the details and the itinerary of Amit Shah there in his home state in Gujarat, who is visiting Kevadia colony near the Statue of Unity. Will have several meetings as well lined up. Details on the other side. And also, Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? And hectic parleys lined up as Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options. Stay tuned on Republic for details on the other side.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है. आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए. ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है. आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे
बीएसपी ये सब कड़वा सच जानकर व समझकर यहाँ गरीबों, शोषितों व उपेक्षित वर्गों आदि के हित में परम पूज्य बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर की तरह ही पत्थर काट कर अपना रास्ता खुद बनाने के लिए लगातार संघर्ष करती रहती है, और इन वर्गों का हित एवं आत्मसम्मान व स्वाभिमान बीएसपी के लिए सर्वोपरि है, जिसके लिए हमारी पार्टी कभी भी किसी से कोई समझौता कतई नहीं करती है, तथा अब वर्तमान समय में इसी कड़ी में राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में अपना फैसला खुद लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, आज़ाद है, जिसके तहत ही हमारी पार्टी ने आदिवासी समाज को अपनी मूवमेंट का खास हिस्सा मानते हुए द्रौपदी मुर्मू को राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए अपना समर्थन देने का फैसला लिया है, और हमने ये अति महत्वपूर्ण फैसला बीजेपी व इनके एनडीए के पक्ष में नहीं और ना ही इनके विपक्ष यूपीए के विरोध में कोई सोचकर लिया है, बल्कि अपनी पार्टी व मूवमेंट को
Viewers, at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, the buzz is growing before the national executive meet called by Uddhav Thackeray. Sanjay Raut has given an indication as to what could happen, and we'll tell you all about it after a short break. Stay with Republic as we track this Maharashtra political crisis.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Top stories at 11:30 a.m. Amit Shah breaks silence on the 2002 Gujarat Riots as the Prime Minister gets highest level of the clean chit. Shah's unsparing attack on politically paid NGOs and journalists. Will Lutyens speak up now?
मोदी जी की भी पूछताछ हुई थी, किसी ने धरना प्रदर्शन नहीं करा था। देश भर से कार्यकर्ता आकर मोदी जी के समर्थन में सॉलिडारिटी के लिए खड़े नहीं हुए थे। हम कानून को कोऑपरेट किए थे।
From 1984 riots to Congress protest against ED summons, Shah tears into the Congress and UPA in his unsparing tell-all. Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? Hectic parleys lined up as Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options. And Assam flood situation worsens. Death toll rises to 118 while over 45 lakh hit by the floods. Welcome viewers, thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking, and straight away we are getting you the details of what's really happening in Maharashtra, the political crisis that is unraveling, large number of parleys and meetings that are all lined up for the day today with respect to the BJP, the Shiv Sena and also the alliance parties as well. And we have our largest team of reporters on the ground. Let me bring in first Alicia as well, who has been keeping us ahead on the story, and I believe she and we will go across to her in just a few seconds. But we also have Shivangi, Piyush as well that are joining us right now. Let me first straight away go across to Shivangi as well, who's been tracking the developments right outside of the Sagar Bungalow, Devendra Fadnavis's residence, because we are also learning now, viewers, Shivangi, that massive number of meetings that are all expected to take place. The BJP has just called all of their MLAs as well to have a meeting. So what can we expect at the Sagar Bungalow, and the BJP executives, what are your sources telling you?
Right, Priyanka. Well, we are reporting live from Sagar. This is Devendra Fadnavis's residence, and since morning, we have been waiting here. And what we saw was just a short while back, Dhananjay Mahadik, Rajya Sabha MP there, enter Sagar. Remember Dhananjay Mahadik? He's one of the, in fact, BJP leaders who has won that Rajya Sabha seat. So he just went inside. Priyanka. And also we saw two BJP MLAs enter Sagar. Who are we waiting for right now? We're waiting for Ramdas Athavale, the BJP ally here in Maharashtra, to also enter for that crucial meeting. So still waiting for him to come, but we can expect a very crucial meeting take place between Fadnavis and the other leaders there. Back-to-back developments here, Priyanka. Also, let's go through exactly what has been happening when it comes to the BJP. The BJP has officially distanced itself from the political crisis. Number one, we also heard Sanjay Raut sometime back. A statement has come in from Sanjay Raut saying that I advise Devendra Fadnavis not to get into the political crisis. A very strong statement just came from Sanjay Raut, which kind of does say that right now Shiv Sena anyways fears right now. That's what they say. This is their narrative, that BJP is behind this entire political crisis. Even though BJP is saying no, we have nothing got to do with what's happening. So we are seeing different narratives come out. And right now what we can expect is that the BJP crucial meet will take place later on. And after that we'll be speaking to Ramdas Athavale. We'll try to get a word from him to exactly understand what is the BJP strategy ahead.
Well, that's right. Of course, a large number of parleys and meetings, as you're rightly pointing out, Shivangi, that are all going to take place today as well. But let me also bring in Piyush Ori, who's also been reporting from outside Matoshri, because Piyush, a lot of movement expected with respect to the Shiv Sena leadership as well. They are expected to keep their flock together, address them as well. We have been seeing over the past 2 days, Uddhav Thackeray in fact claiming that his resignation is ready. All the MLAs have to do is come back from Guwahati and collect that resignation as well. But in this meeting of the Shiv Sena, what can be expected? Because yesterday we saw Aditya Thackeray saying that these MLAs that have gone are the ones who are betraying Shiv Sena.
So definitely, Priyanka, there are a lot of meetings that are going ahead in Matoshri, where Uddhav Thackeray as well as Aditya Thackeray now are meeting all the people, all the political party workers, and making them convinced that Shiv Sena is firmly rooted in the ideology. I believe it hit them first when they saw that their ground worker, which was actually considered to be the strength of Shiv Sena, actually facing disappointment of where the party was heading. But now Uddhav Thackeray, knowing that this is his last chance to revive himself as the leader of the party, is making sure that he talks to the normal ground root worker. As I say this, today Aditya Thackeray is also going to be making a public rally where he's going to be addressing the party workers. Shiv Sena is definitely considering the legal option, but they also know that this is a political fight, and it is the battle of perceptions eventually, which is going to make them win the normal ground workers. So yes, Shiv Sena realizes this, and they are trying to meet all the party workers, trying to convince them that even though trying to convince them that ultimately it is their ideology which is going to be firmly rooted to. Back to you, Priyanka.
Right. Piyush, stay on with us. Let me also go across to Piyush Mishra now, who's at the Guwahati resort where all of these rebel MLAs are camped out. Piyush, as we were just talking about from in Mumbai as well, where the action has continued, and Uddhav Thackeray time and time again saying that his resignation is ready. All the MLAs have to come and take the resignation as well. What are you picking up? Is the Eknath Shinde camp going to call this bluff of Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, in fact, Priyanka, what we're now given to understand is that they have already called this bluff. They have said that Uddhav Thackeray will have to put down his papers, will have to break a relationship and alliance with NCP and Congress, and then only they are going to move ahead. They are not going to believe in any kind of assurance, any kind of emotional rhetoric at the part of Uddhav Thackeray. This is what Eknath Shinde has already claimed. Let me also tell to our viewers is that today is a very important day as far as this entire camp and the politics is concerned. At 2 p.m. Eknath Shinde is going to hold an important meet, and in that meet is going to appoint spokespersons of Eknath Shinde camp. This is a very big development because now Eknath Shinde is moving ahead and claiming the ownership of the party, taking decisions. That is a very big development which we will see after 2 p.m. Let me straight away also try to show you pictures from right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel where the MLAs are staying. It's the fourth day where MLAs are staying, and remember that hectic parlays meetings taking place. MLAs keep on adding the MLAs who were part of Thackeray camp. Now they are also coming and joining.
Absolutely, Piyush, you're showing us very crucial pictures that you're showing us, because as you rightly pointed out, more and more MLAs pouring into that Guwahati resort. Stay with us. Let me also bring in Alisha, who's been tracking the story, and I believe Alisha also has some breaking developments for us. Alisha, over to you. What are you picking up?
Well, Priyanka, what we are seeing that Sharad Pawar, who reached here from the Silver Oak to YB Chawan, but we see that Sharad Pawar has already left. He left without speaking to the media because we don't know, there was some meeting or some other, because there was no other MLAs or minister were present at the YB Chawan. But yes, Sharad Pawar was present here since the morning. He was here since 2 hours. We know that at the YB center, and now Sharad Pawar has left. We have to see what is the latest development, because many of the meetings today, it has been lined up. We know that at 1 that will be a very crucial meeting with the National Executive, Shiv Sena National Executive, and it has also been said that the working committee is also going to attend the meeting, because the major decision that has been going to take by the Uddhav Thackeray Sena is that Eknath Shinde and Ramdas Kadam are likely to be removed from the working committee. It's just because it's a fear of Uddhav Thackeray that Eknath Shinde might use the logo or the party name, and that is the reason where the new committee is likely to be formed, and this information will be given to the election commission as well. But that is something very important meeting, and yes, we even know that Aditya Thackeray is also going. He's been meeting all those the party holders people, even if it's MLA, it's MP, and even at 6 p.m. today, where Aditya Thackeray has called for the Youth Sena to gather in Marine Line. So that is something
absolutely.
That,
Alisha, speaking about Aditya Thackeray and the meeting that has been called by the Shiv Sena, let me go across to Ankit, who's right outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. And Ankit, you know, yesterday we saw these statements coming from Aditya Thackeray where he had been saying that these MLAs are the ones who betrayed Shiv Sena. These MLAs are the ones who betrayed Hindutva, betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray as well. And importantly, Ankit, we saw yesterday Shiv Sena leadership coming out of the Sena Bhavan after that meeting and claiming that they might take legal action. But what really are the grounds that they might even have for questioning this kind of a move made by Eknath Shinde, Ankit?
In fact, Arvind Sawant, who has not really said that much, came out last evening and he defended the deputy speaker taking action against the 16 Shiv Sena rebels against whom the Uddhav faction has asked for action to be taken, but challenged why the action should not be taken based on the letter by Eknath Shinde and his supporters, similar action. Meanwhile, Sanjay Raut, right before this national executive meeting of the Shiv Sena, has declared that there will be a new membership undertaken of the national executive. There are leaders who are part of the Eknath Shinde faction which are likely to be removed and they will be replaced. Meanwhile, Priyanka, a big battle has broken out over the security to the rebel MLAs, because Eknath Shinde has put out a letter where he says that the security that is given and provided by the Maharashtra government to the rebel MLAs at their homes, on their persons, to their families, has all been withdrawn, and he has asked why, and he has also cited the similar action that we had seen in Punjab, and he has cited how after that security was withdrawn in Punjab, there were incidents. Notably, he's not mentioned it, but of course the Sidhu Moosewala case. And since then, Sanjay Raut has replied even to him.
Right, absolutely,
and he said,
Ankit, you are breaking down some very important details for us as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. And of course, all eyes on this number of meetings that are going to take place on multiple fronts. Shivangi tracking the BJP developments, Piyush Shori right outside Matoshri, Ankit, you're outside Sena Bhavan, Alisha tracking Sharad Pawar's residence as well, and Piyush Mishra tracking all that is happening at the Guwahati resort. All of our correspondents keeping us ahead on that massive developments that are all expected to take place in the Maharashtra political crisis. And we are picking up how there are more meetings, in fact, that are also taking place with respect to the Shiv Sena as well. Right before that executive meet also takes place. And let me also go across back to Shivangi once again. Shivangi, we were also learning. Shivangi also, stay on with us because Alisha was also breaking this detail. Alisha, you were telling us that there is a meeting that has been called for all the BJP MLAs. So what can you tell us about this mobilization that BJP is also doing of their leadership, of their MLAs? What can be expected?
Well, yes, Priyanka, because we know that Devendra Fadnavis was already started meeting all those LS party, and where Ramdas Hatavale, who is already meeting Devendra Fadnavis. But even what has been said that there is a meeting at 5 p.m. where all the MP, MLAs and the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party will be present in this meeting, because from now we know that it is something, the strategy that has been made by Bharatiya Janata Party, even if they release a statement stating that they have nothing to do what is happening with the Shiv Sena, but yet this is something, the strategy is being continuously, there is a series of meeting that has been going with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and since many days we saw that since 3 to 4 days where there was a senior leader who were present at Devendra Fadnavis residence. So there are a series of meetings that has been scheduled. A minute-to-minute update will be given to our viewers on Republic TV. We will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी, उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचा फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए।
You're watching live and breaking here on Republic TV, and we are covering every update, every development in the political drama in Maharashtra as the Mahavikas Aghadi government in the state is on the verge of crumbling. From Guwahati to Maharashtra, several hectic parleys have been lined up, while Uddhav Thackeray has called for an executive meet. All the details with our reporters on the ground. Let's go across to Piyush Mishra, who joins us from Guwahati to tell us about what's happening there. Well, Piyush, even as we are hearing about various details being exposed by different leaders of the Shiv Sena rebel camp about the kind of treatment that led to such a divide in the house led by Uddhav Thackeray. What latest update can you give us regarding the parleys there in Guwahati?
Well, absolutely. At 2 p.m. there will be a crucial meet, and my colleague Anirudh is getting a very important detail right now. Anirudh, we are hearing that these MLAs are going to stay here till all the legal proceeding is over.
Yes, as we all know that the legal consultation is on, and yesterday also Eknath Shinde went out of the hotel for 3 hours. He met with a retired judge and a top-notch lawyer from Guwahati, where they deliberated upon all the consequences as far as constitutional and legal provisions are concerned. And we are now getting information from our sources inside the hotel that they are not leaving Guwahati unless and until the entire legal process is over. They will leave only once the court verdict comes that they are legally elected representative and the legal process is over. Only then they will be leaving from here.
By when we can expect this process to begin?
Today and tomorrow the court is closed. On Monday the first hearing might take place. So we can expect that the development is very unlikely before Wednesday or Thursday, you can say.
Very big development coming in. What we are now given to understand is that these MLAs of Shinde camp, they are going to stay here at Radisson Blue Hotel till the time legal process is over, and that's a very big important update which our colleague Anirudh has got for us. Remember that at 2 p.m. we are also going to see important meeting where the spokesperson would be formed, would be announced by the Eknath Shinde camp. Anirudh, what you are also learning from our sources, for how long these MLAs are going to stay here?
These MLS will see their bookings were here till the 26th. That booking has been extended till 28, which we broke. But now,
to show visuals from right outside, few more people are leaving. We are showing you the pictures. Commissioner of Police is leaving. Yes, let's continue. Let's talk about it.
Yes. So they are not leaving anywhere before Wednesday. This is what the source have hinted, that the legal process will, if it all takes place, they will be sitting on Monday and Tuesday, and we can expect some movement from here towards Mumbai, at least by, you can say, by Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday. But as far as today's development are concerned, you were also pointing out at 4 p.m. Deepak Kesekar will be addressing a press conference, and this is the first time after
How important it becomes when Eknath Shinde camp comes out and says that they are going to form their own spokesperson, they are going to announce their own spokespersons. Will these spokesperson talk to us? Will they regularly hold briefings here outside or inside the hotel?
Yes, this is what we have got to know. Today, the first briefing will be taking place via Zoom, and Deepak Kesekar, who have been now appointed as the spokesperson, will be addressing the press, and after that, they have informed the Eknath in the camp have informed that they will be
Very
holding.
important details are being shared by Anirudh, and at 4 p.m. Deepak Kesarkar is going to do a press conference. Before that, at 2 p.m. there will be a meeting that will be led by Eknath Shinde. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details as we get all the updates from right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Stay tuned.
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा।
आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है। आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum.
And you're watching live and breaking here on Republic TV, and we're getting you all the updates on the situation in Maharashtra. Even as well, part of that drama is being played out in faraway Guwahati in Assam. And as our reporters have been telling us and bringing us all those updates, key meetings scheduled for today. As Piyush Mishra was telling us,
सर्व आमदारांची शिवसेनेच्या बैठक झाली। आम्ही सगळे एकत्र होतो। वर्षा निवासाने बैठक झाली। त्या बैठकीमध्ये आम्ही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना सर्व अधिकाऱ्यांच्या समोर त्यांनी आम्हाला किती पैसे मतदारसंघात दिले त्याचे आकडे मागितले। त्यानंतर त्यांनी मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या समोर चुकीचे आकडे दिले। ते आकडे पाहून मुख्यमंत्री सुद्धा
I wanted to reveal the money that was given to us during the election period.
राष्ट्रवादीच्या नेत्यांनी आमचा विश्वासघात केला, परंतु त्याच्यात काही बदल झाला नाही। आम्हाला
So there were billions of rupees that were given to the former NCP MLAs whom we defeated. There are many times they try to betray us.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये आम्ही जे राष्ट्रवादीचे उमेदवार पाडलेले आहेत त्यांना प्रचंड निधी, आमच्या डबल ट्रिपल निधी विकासासाठी उपमुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय.
We know that when Shiv Sena was contesting elections from the same constituency where NCP, where also the candidate also filled in, we know that there are billions of money that was given to the NCP candidate.
बऱ्याच गोष्टीला त्यांनी स्टे दिला, परंतु तो स्टे सुद्धा उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी मानला नाही आणि मुख्यमंत्री.
We know that NCP is planning to end Shiv Sena party.
आमच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये विरोधकांची त्या ठिकाणी विकास कामं केली आणि उद्घाटनं घेतली. अशा पद्धतीचं काम सातत्यानं चालू राहिलं. राष्ट्रवादीचे प्रदेशाध्यक्ष
NCP did nothing but
आमच्या प्रत्येकाच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये आले आणि त्या ठिकाणी त्यांनी जाहीर केलं.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा. आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है. आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to Mumbai and had a one-to-one meeting, and if they don't come within 24 hours, some disciplinary action will be taken and there will be no further talks.
Workers of Congress Party are protesting here. They are saying that horse trading should not take place here, and that is why they have come here. They are chanting slogans. The road has been blocked. Barricades have been put in. The senior police officers have just come out of the hotel.
याकिया जाफरी उन्होंने केस किया था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गुजरात के राइट में भूमिका पर जांच होनी चाहिए। ये तो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक फैसला आया है, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है।
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा. आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ से गाड़ी निकल रही है. आदित्य आगे की प्लानिंग क्या? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इस्तीफा देंगे? आदित्य
Uddhav Thackeray clearly stated that now it's about 24 hours of ultimatum that will be given to the rebel MLAs. They should come back to more.
Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile up numbers. Is quitting the only option? So Shah's unsparing tell-all. So is quitting the only option for Uddhav Thackeray, as the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of collapse. From Guwahati to Maharashtra, several hectic parleys have been lined up, while Uddhav Thackeray has called for an executive meet. Nearly 2,000 kilometers away, Shinde camp in Guwahati is all set to appoint its official spokesperson. and keeping a close watch on the swift Maha developments, BJP too has now swung into action. Let's go across live to our reporters who are covering all the major developments as they are happening. Piyush Ohri joins us from outside Matoshri, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. Well, when we talk about, questions being raised about when that, the report suggests that it's only a matter of time and Uddhav Thackeray likely to resign any day now in the next few days. However, Sanjay Raut says that a lot of new appointments will be made in the National Executive meeting. What is really happening, Piyush? Could you describe the situation for us there on the ground?
So, there are a lot of dramatic developments that are happening outside Matoshri. A lot of political workers, a lot of senior leaders are going inside and meeting Uddhav Thackeray and appraising him of about the situation. Now, it is very difficult for us to know that, will Uddhav Thackeray resign? Because, as this has been the kind of politics being played by Shiv Sena in the past, that they have always played that victimhood card. They have always played that card of being a rebel. So, I believe, Uddhav Thackeray is again trying to play that card of victimhood, trying to play that card of being a rebel and trying to say that, we are going to fight till the end. Even though they do not have the numbers, even though they know that, all the MLAs and to some extent MPs have also gone away from their fold, they are not trying to concede defeat. They are trying to put up a brave face. What Shiv Sena now realize is that, they have to make sure that their key strength, which is the normal political worker on the ground, needs to be kept happy. And that's what, Uddhav Thackeray is trying. They are trying to make sure that, they meet them and they try to tell them that their core Hindutva ideology has not, they have not drifted away from it, and they are going to keep it, with them. So, as I'm speaking to you, there is a lot of meeting which is going along. Uddhav Thackeray is meeting with not only senior political leaders, but also the key ground worker, which is, as of now, very disappointed with his leadership.
Right.
And which has
appealing to the ground worker now. Yesterday this morning, early morning, in fact, reports emerging of how Uddhav Thackeray was advising district presidents that they should strengthen the organization at the grassroots level. Coming across to Alisha now, when we talk about the latest developments, a question of when we could see, Uddhav Thackeray resign and so on. He's now stressing on strengthening the organization at the grassroots level. How do you see his movements at this point of time when, reports all around suggest and hectic parleys are going on almost for the formation of another government without him? So many members of the Shiv Sena forming a new body in the Legislative Assembly, as Eknath Shinde suggests. So what do we read into this entire situation? What is the message that Uddhav Thackeray wants to convey now? Is he waiting for something again?
Well, Rukma, it's very important, and it seems like the only option Uddhav Thackeray left is whoever the MLAs or the MP or the local body councillors or the corporators who are left in support with Uddhav Thackeray. So he's been trying to get in touch with them, because we know since the time Eknath Shinde and the other Shiv Sena MLA who went to the Guwahati, who is in support, and now there are 38 Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. And apart from this, there are MPs. There are around 17 member of parliament. There are 60 ward councillor from Thane Municipal Corporation. They are in support of Eknath Shinde. So we believe, and this meeting, the series of meeting of Uddhav Thackeray, because we know the allegation that were leveled against Uddhav Thackeray by their own MLA. The allegation was that Uddhav Thackeray never gave importance to their own MLAs. He never gave importance to their own ministers. The important portfolios were given to NCP and Congress. All he has, all the Shiv Sena has, is a chief minister post is the chief minister position, but nothing apart from that, and all the position has been given because the letter that has been given by Santosh Sirsat has clearly stated that whenever he wanted to meet Uddhav Thackeray, whether it is in Matoshri or whether it is in Varsha, he was not allowed to meet him. But he already witnessed that there are Congress and NCP MLA who were allowed to go inside. So that is something like important that has been made by the Shiv Sena MLA. These are the allegations, and even speaking to Republic, Deepak Kesarkar has already said that there was some of the misbehave that has been done by him. It is done to him. So this whole the allegation and that is the reason why when
Lots
it comes to
of
the Hindutva ideology, where Eknath Shinde has been going through.
And clearly, Alisha, Uddhav Thackeray, somehow he underestimated the discontent. He underestimated the strength of Eknath Shinde. Going across now to Piyush, we have also with us Piyush Mishra from Guwahati and as well as Shivangi. Shivangi, coming to you now. Well, hectic parley is on in the BJP camp as well. What new developments can you tell us about?
Just right now, just a short while back, in fact, just around 5 minutes ago, Ramdas Athawale just entered, and in fact, we asked him that, are you in touch with the rebels? Are you in touch with the rebels? In fact, a lot of questions were fielded to him. He didn't say anything. He didn't make even one single comment. In fact, some of the supporters sitting behind, they said that wait, let the meeting get over. So no word coming from him. He just came. In fact, some of the other leaders are also present right now at that big crucial meeting which is happening at Devendra Fadnavis's home. Also, as per our sources, the meeting is happening regarding the BMC elections, which will take place later on, in civic elections which are coming up. Also, to make sure that the organizational structure of the BJP remains strong as these elections come. That is what we believe. But of course, as the BJP is distancing itself from the Maharashtra political crisis, there's no way that what's happening, the rebel camp and the split within Shiv Sena will not be discussed. Of course, that could actually come up, and we did question Ramdas Athawale about whether that will come up. After the meeting gets over, we'll question him again once he comes out from that meeting. So now that crucial meeting has begun at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. At the same time, Sanjay Raut just a short while back said that please do not get into the affairs of Shiv Sena. That's what Sanjay Raut had spoke about Devendra Fadnavis, asking the BJP not to interfere. The BJP is saying that we are not interfering, but from the Shinde camp, clear message coming that if Uddhav Thackeray does, in fact, we're getting more leaders and more cars now coming in right now, viewers. More leaders are coming in. So, like I was saying, that in the Shinde camp, there has been talks, and because Republic TV has been speaking to the Shinde camp, they're saying that we can consider, in fact, merging, not just merging, but we would like Uddhav Thackeray to reach out to the BJP and for a tie-up. So a lot of things happening really off the record, nothing really official from the BJP, but the action continues here at Sagar, at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Also, we're seeing a lot of police. We're seeing a lot of police deployment right outside. As you can see, a lot of police deployment happening here, Rukma. Leaders coming and going. And we'll be tracking the story very closely from here, from Mumbai, all the live developments coming out from Sagar.
Right. And going across once again to our other correspondents, we have with us Ankit, and we also have with us Piyush Mishra from Guwahati. Well, coming to you, Ankit first.
Madam, move nikalo na yaar. Madam.
Well, Ankit, coming to you, as I was telling you, lots of activity outside the BJP camp, outside Fadnavis's residence. What about where you are? Any new developments on that front?
likely to be the center of all activity in just a short while from now when the national executive meet of the Shiv Sena begins. But for the moment, we have, I think, breaking news coming in from the Shinde camp itself, which is that they have perhaps chosen what they will identify themselves as, this new grouping that they are to form, and it is likely to be called, we are told, the Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray. That is the information that's coming in right now, Rukma. So that is likely to create a flutter here at Shiv Sena Bhavan as well, that the Eknath Shinde camp has chosen a name that they are likely to address themselves as. And after Uddhav Thackeray said yesterday that the Shiv Sena and Bal Thackeray are synonymous, I think what has now happened instead is that the Eknath Shinde camp agrees with him, and they have chosen to name themselves the Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray, and they will point out that with the larger legislative party in their corner, in their camp, they are currently the custodians of both these names, they could say, and this is the input that is coming in at the moment. In just a short while from now, the national executive meet of the Shiv Sena is likely to begin, and they are going to work on the process of replacing some of these MLAs who have now moved to Guwahati. They are going to pick a new national executive, and that is the communication that has come in from Sanjay Raut, who has been speaking once again today, and he has told the members of the Eknath Shinde camp that their services are no longer required. They will work to replace them. This comes at a time when both Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray are each meeting all the various cadres, the pramukhs, and the organizational structure of the Shiv Sena is being addressed in order to, if there is any kind of dissatisfaction among their ranks, in order to motivate them and to bring them into their corner. So that's what's going on currently at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. 1:30 p.m. the national executive meeting, 6:30 p.m. Aditya Thackeray is meeting with the Yuva Sena.
Right. Ankit, and going across to Piyush in Guwahati. Piyush, the last we spoke just a few minutes back, no one to leave Guwahati Hotel till Wednesday. That was what you had told us. Also, the movement towards Mumbai of the MLAs there by Thursday. Any further developments? And also, could you elaborate on the latest points emerging?
Unrest from Guwahati, we are getting a lot of details about the meeting so far underway. Remember that at 2 p.m. there will be a crucial meeting that would be chaired by Eknath Shinde along with all the rebel MLAs, and a very big development, very big breaking, which Ankit was also pointing out, which we are right now getting, which has been shared to us by our colleague Aniruddha, that there will be a new name. Most likely that would be Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray. Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray, new group emerging out of Guwahati Hotel. Aniruddha.
Yes, Piyush, as you have been tracking all the development, and now you know that the majority of the Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, and they are trying to call themselves the real Sena. With more numbers, indeed, they are the real Senas now, and now they are going to...
And our correspondent Ankit there covering that particular event that's underway at the Sena Bhavan. As he was telling us, the Shinde group has found a name. Ankit, it's over to you.
So just now at the Shiv Sena Bhavan, there is an indication that some of the leaders are starting to arrive. There was a top leader that just came here, Meena Kamble just came here, but she was tight-lipped on what exactly will go on. She was, I think, trying to just get inside, and so she said nothing is going to happen. But it's very clear that in a short while from now, when Chief Minister and Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray will address the National Executive, and he will announce the new members of the National Executive. So I think there is likely to be some amount of anticipation there for all those who are not currently members, whether or not they will be inducted, because now there is a large vacuum in the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, which is headquartered right here behind me at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Dadar, and this also opens up an opportunity for others to enter the organizational structure. Insofar as this faction is concerned, want. Meanwhile, in Guwahati, there is another faction which is laying claim to the names of the party and its most well-known, best-known, iconic symbol, that is its founder, Balasaheb Thackeray. So that is the indication right now that we have from the Sena Bhavan. The leaders are starting to arrive, the crowd is starting to gather, and maybe we will see, like yesterday, a gathering of the cadres also, because we witnessed that there was chanting, there was support, and it's a busy crossroads here, but they do generally manage to fill it up quite easily. So we are awaiting that right now.
Right, Ankit, also any reactions to Uddhav Thackeray's direction to local leaders that the grassroots level should be strengthened? We are talking here about a period of days in which his decision will be made, and he's talking about strengthening the organization from the grassroots level. Any reactions on that? Are any other workers saying anything? Is the cadre saying anything about that?
From what our sources have told us, the dissatisfaction that we witnessed in the MLAs is not limited to the elected members. It's also extended to the cadres on the ground, as well as the local pramukhs and the corporators as well. So there is a larger malaise that has been signaled by the Eknath Shinde camp's rebellion, and that is what I think the Thackerays are trying to address, which is why you're seeing over the last 2 days, Uddhav Thackeray just yesterday, he held 2 addresses. He addressed once in the afternoon to the local pramukhs, and then in the evening once again a very combative address where he also dealt with the BJP. He also spoke about how if even there are 2 leaders remaining in the Shiv Sena, and you can guess who the 2 could be, he will still rebuild the party from ground up. And Aditya Thackeray, similarly as head of the Yuva Sena, is meeting the cadres today. So they have an organizational structure. Every constituency, MLA constituency, has a pramukh, and within that there are 6 subdivisions also. So they are trying to now reach out to these grassroots workers to handle the
Shivangi. Shivangi, lots of movement there outside the Fadnavis residence. It's over to you. Take us through what's happening.
Yes, Rukma. Yeah, we are seeing more action. A lot of vehicles going in right now at Fadnavis's residence. A lot of action happening here. Just a short while. In fact, one more vehicle is going in. You can see many more leaders and people right now coming for that crucial meet. Now remember that Ramdas at Havale has already come. When we questioned him that what is the agenda of the meeting, is he in touch with the rebel camp, we didn't get any answer from him. But as of now, movement happening here at Fadnavis's residence. Vehicles coming in, the doors opening and closing, allowing the leaders and the party members to get inside for the crucial meet. And like we told you earlier, Rukma, as we are tracking this story, nothing official has come in terms of what is the BJP stance on what's happening in Guwahati, or the split within the Shiv Sena. Nothing official. In fact, they are keeping their distance from it. But from what we know, their eyes right now, according to our sources, will be on the upcoming civic elections, upcoming BMC elections, because the Shiv Sena has had its hold in the BMC for 32 years, since 1989. So right now, our sources have told us that the focus will primarily be on strengthening the organizational structure. In fact, the BJP core committee meeting will be the preparation to break into Shiv Sena's councillors in BMC. But we can, of course, expect with what's happening in Maharashtra, it's definitely a political thriller. And with the Shinde camp saying again and again that Uddhav Thackeray should tie up with the BJP. So that is very crucial, because the Shinde camp is putting pressure on in fact, on Uddhav Thackeray to join the BJP or to reconcile with the BJP. Remember that also the Congress and the NCP are saying that this is a ploy by the BJP. The BJP is trying to break the MVA and Shiv Sena. So there's no way that this will not be discussed. Once Ramdas at Havale and the other leaders come out, we will ask them what really happened at the meeting. But what we can tell you is that a lot of political developments will be happening from here at Fadnavis's residence, Rukma.
Right, Shivangi, well, you keep your eyes on that story. Even as, now we go across, so lots of movement there outside the Fadnavis residence. The question is, will Uddhav Thackeray quit? However, the Shiv Sena the Chief Minister is to hold a national executive meet. We now go across to our correspondent Alisha. Alisha, when we talk about the signals that are emerging from the Shinde camp and those that are emerging from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, Uddhav Thackeray, despite not having the numbers, is putting on a very brave and confident face. We are also seeing a lot of movement outside Matoshri. What do we read into this kind of statements that are coming in from the Thackeray's?
We know that the statement that coming in from Sanjay Raut, who was literally challenging the rebel MLAs, clearly stating that he has the number. Let everyone come to the floor. Let them come to the floor test, and we are ready for the floor test, and we have the majority, and that is the reason where Mahavikas Aghadi will show the power of strength, will show the power of strength of numbers that they have. It is just because the statement is coming from Sanjay Raut, because the deputy speaker what expecting, and the application that was given to deputy speaker of electing Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly and Sunil Prabhu as the whip chief. So it is very important to understand first, because whenever they will go for the floor test, if the deputy speaker don't accept the letter of Eknath Shinde asking for Bharat Seth Gogavle to be the whip chief, so being a Shiv Sena MLA, the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena has the right to issue the whip to the other MLAs as well. So this can be a problem, a major problem for the Shinde camp, because they are the Shiv Sena MLAs, and if they don't come in the floor, they don't represent them in the floor, which is but obviously going to happen, because even Deepak Kesarkar has said that even if they disqualify us, we are ready to do that, but that will go automatically on the floor. So that is the reason where Sanjay Raut and the Uddhav Thackeray camp are very much confident enough to go to the floor test, because Deputy Speaker has not accepted the letter that has been given by Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that they have the number. The 37 MLA, we saw the signature of 37 MLAs, clearly stating that everyone wants Eknath Shinde to be the leader of Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, and Bharat Seth Gogavle should be the whip chief, but that has not been accepted. But in fact, what we are getting to know from our sources that the deputy speaker seems like he found that there are some forged signature that has been done in the paper, and that is why the resolution that was given by Eknath Shinde camp is under the scrutiny. But we have to wait and what will be the final outcome, because what we know that deputy speaker, who yesterday was in the Vidhan Bhavan, they had a meeting with the Maharashtra AG Ashutosh Kumbhakoni. Some legal aspects has been discussed in that, and what we have been told that there are some of the notices that will be given to the 16 rebel MLAs, the name that was given by Uddhav Thackeray camp. So the notice will be given, and there could be a hearing. The hearing that can commence from Monday, and all MLAs have to be present is what we have been told. Yes.
Right, Alisha, many thanks for joining us. Also, Piyush Mishra, Piyush Ohri and Shivangi, as well as Ankit, who was there at the Sena Bhavan. And now let's take a look at some more national news. Prime Minister will be in Germany for the G7 summit, with India to participate as a guest country at it. The PM is further expected to speak over several issues to be taken up at the summit for discussion. Sergeant Mir, identified as a handler for LET and on India's most wanted list for the 26/11 attacks, has been jailed for 15 years in Pakistan. Considered a project planner of the attacks, the terrorist is said to have been arrested as an attempt to have Pakistan's name removed from the FATF's grey list. He has also been declared dead or not in the country on previous occasions by Pakistani authorities. A statement by filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma over the president's name has drawn ire from the BJP, with BJP leader Gudu Narayana Reddy calling it an act of disrespect towards scheduled tribes. Filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma reacts to growing outrage over his comment. Says the reference was the result of a remembrance of the characters associated with the name Draupadi. Hindu Sangharsh Samiti submits memorandum addressed to Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar demanding an end to issuance of meat licenses in Gurugram. SFI condemns protests held by workers of its organisation that led to the vandalisation of the Congress's Wayanad office, claiming that the protest was carried out without the permission of the SFI State Committee, and strict action will be taken against those who took part in the protest. Pakistan reacts to NSA Ajit Doval's statement over resuming relations with India, says that while it wishes to resume relations, it feels the environment is not conducive at the moment. The comments come after the leader says that resuming relations was being held back due to India's low tolerance for terrorism. At least 60 people are arrested by GRP and RPF in connection in Hyderabad with protests carried out against the Agnipath scheme. Protesters were arrested under several sections of the criminal code. Authorities in Uttar Pradesh announced that arrests in connection with Agnipath protests are at 1,551 at the moment in the state. 424 arrests have also been made in connection with the violence over the comments of the suspended BJP leaders. UPA candidate Yashwant Sinha scheduled to nominate his papers for the presidential elections in New Delhi. He is to be accompanied by SP leader Akhilesh Yadav with Z-level security being provided for the presidential hopeful.
Well, hectic developments continue here in Maharashtra. It's a political thriller, and today is Super Saturday because key meetings lined up. And at Fadnavis's residence, that meeting has begun. Ramdas Athavale has entered. We asked him whether he's in touch with the rebel camp. He didn't say anything, but of course, after he comes out, we'll question him and we'll keep tracking all the developments. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
And amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramdas Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the latter's Sagar bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus independents. In a massive development, Pakistan has arrested Sajid Mir, Pak-based top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, who was one of the main planners of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. This comes after years of Pakistan denying his presence and even stating that he was dead. The United States will send another $450 million security aid package to Ukraine. White House National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby said at a press conference that the new package includes multiple rocket launchers, patrol boats and artillery shells. Guwahati saw protests by workers of the Congress's state unit demanding that the breakaway faction leaders of the Shiv Sena leave the state. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, citing the federal structure of the country, stated he cannot block tourists from coming to Assam. Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile up numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? Shinde camp alleges security of 38 MLAs revoked. Uddhav Sena refutes. Is Uddhav camp resorting to desperate measures as numbers slide further? And claims and counterclaims as Uddhav Thackeray runs out of options.
एक पुलिस अफसर का नाम दिया है, एक एनजीओ का नाम दिया है और कुछ पॉलिटिकल एलिमेंट्स का नाम दिया है। ये तीनों ने मिलकर जजमेंट के अंदर ये स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सनसनी खड़ी करने के लिए झूठ बातों को फैलाया गया।
Shah's unsparing attack on politically paid NGOs and journalists. Will Lutyens speak up now? From 1984 riots to Congress protests against ED summons, Shah tears into Congress and UPA in his unsparing tell-all. Assam flood situation worsens. Death toll rises to 118 while over 45 lakh are hit by the deluge. And as you're watching Republic TV, we are bringing you all the updates on the political drama of revolving around the Maharashtra government, as the Mahavikas Aghadi government in the state seems to be on the verge of crumbling. From Guwahati to Maharashtra, several hectic parleys have been lined up, while Uddhav Thackeray has called for an executive meet 1,905.5 kilometers away. The Shinde camp in Guwahati is all set to appoint an official spokesperson. And keeping a close watch on the swift Maha developments, the BJP too has swung into action. And our reporters on the ground bringing us all those updates. First of all, let's go across to my colleague Shivangi, who's there outside the Fadnavis residence, where a short while back we had shown you how Ramdas Athavale had arrived. Shivangi, it's over to you. What is the latest from outside Sagar?
Right. Well, this is a very, very super Saturday, a newsy Saturday with a lot of political developments today, not just here at the Fadnavis' home where I am stationed at, but our colleagues are spread across Mumbai and also Guwahati, where key developments are happening. When we talk about what's happening here, Rukma, this is where the crucial BJP meeting is happening. A couple of leaders have already gone in. Ramdas Athavale, who is an ally of the BJP here in Maharashtra, has also gone inside. So we have seen back-to-back developments, some leaders going there. Now, when we talk about what this meeting will be about, now, officially, if we talk about officially, the BJP state president had clearly mentioned in a statement that they are not, in fact, connected with what's happening here in Maharashtra with the rebel camp in Guwahati and loyalists turning rebels by the day from the Uddhav Thackeray camp. But if we actually look into it deeper, right now the BJP would like to consolidate its hold over the civic and BMC elections. So according to our top sources, that is what will be discussed. That is what is supposed to be discussed at the meeting right now. How can they strengthen the organization and the structure of the organizations to take on the Shiv Sena when at the time when Shiv Sena is already at a back foot. Now this is very important. Shiv Sena is at a back foot right now. Uddhav Thackeray's camp doesn't have the numbers, completely crumbling down. Yesterday, we saw Uddhav Thackeray in an emotional message again say and reiterate that I will quit, I will quit. He has been saying he will quit for the past 2-3 days, but nothing official has come. No word has actually come on the solution. All Uddhav Thackeray is saying that the MLAs right now can reach out to him. On the other hand, Aditya Thackeray making it clear and saying that, even Sanjay Raut saying that everything which is happening, the people that have broken away from the Shiv Sena camp, the Uddhav camp, have gone to the Shinde camp camp just for money and just for power. There was a cryptic tweet by Sanjay Raut earlier today also, where he kind of mentioned that whatever is happening here, the split that we see in the party is coming out of greed. Well, that's what Sanjay Raut and the Uddhav camp of Shiv Sena are claiming. As of what will happen right now, very soon we will see the leaders finish the meeting. They will be coming out soon. We'll be asking them what really happened. Right now, they're remaining tight-lipped about the meeting. They're saying that once we come out, we will tell you what happened. But definitely, when the Shiv Sena is on a big back foot, right now, the strategy will definitely be on how they can get their numbers up, like they have done in the Legislative Council and in the Rajya Sabha polls as well, just a short while back. Rukma.
Right. Well, let's listen in to some reactions that are coming in. We have with us Piyush Mishra as well. Well, that's a poster. First on Republic, bringing to you a poster in support of Shinde, who is leading the rebel camp, who are stationed in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel, and who have announced the formation of a new organization. This is in Mumbai, but the Eknath Shinde camp is in Guwahati and at the Radisson Blu. Just a short while back, we had told you about how Shinde had announced, the Shinde faction had announced the formation of a new organization. Well, going across now to our correspondent Piyush to tell us all about the formation of the new faction, all the latest developments there, where much of the action is taking place. What with Eknath Shinde and all his rebel MLAs there at the Radisson Blu. It's over to you, Piyush, for all those latest updates. Also, a quick take on the numbers as they stand right now as far as the Shinde faction is concerned, and all the latest developments emerging from there.
Well, Rukma, if we talk about the latest developments, what we are now given to understand is that the Shinde camp has got the support of around 50 MLAs. 38 are the official Shiv Sena MLAs, and we have also seen the pictures coming out from the Radisson Blu Hotel of all these MLAs. Every time whenever new MLA gets inside the Radisson Blu, video and a picture is released that he is meeting with Eknath Shinde. At 2 p.m. today, there will be an important meet that would be chaired by Eknath Shinde. In that particular meet, the spokespersons of new faction of Shinde Shiv Sena that could be announced, and then at 4 p.m. there will be a press conference that would be done by Deepak Kesarkar, and in that press conference that is going to be the first official press conference of Eknath Shinde camp, and in that particular press conference we can expect a big announcement coming in from Shinde camp, where the Shinde camp will be announcing the name of this faction. Most likely that would be Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray. Remember that Bala Saheb Thackeray, on the name of Bala Saheb Thackeray, Shinde has come here along with other MLAs. He claims that the real agenda of Hindutva of Bala Saheb Thackeray has been left behind by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, and that is why they want the agenda of Bala Saheb Thackeray to be taken forward. In fact, the MLAs face criticism whenever they go among the people to have an alliance with NCP and Congress. A couple of minutes back, we also had a statement which was issued by Mahesh Shinde, one of the MLAs who is inside the Radisson Guwahati hotel, where he mentioned about the fact, the reason why he decided to come here and be the part of Shinde camp. We'll have to wait and watch how the meeting takes place. What the Deepak Kesarkar is going to tell us at 4 p.m. in the press conference will take place. But so far, Shinde has got the support of around official 38 MLAs and remaining 12 independent MLAs. He's now saying that he owns the party, and that is why this announcement of new faction would take place. What we're also given to understand is that till the time all the legal hurdles do not come to an end, these MLAs are going to stay here, which means that another 10 to 12 days we will see hectic parleys and meeting taking place. At one side in Guwahati, continuous developments taking place. On the other side in Mumbai also we are seeing how Devendra Fadnavis camp has also activated. BJP is now activated. Shiv Sena is going to chair national executive, and then NCP is also holding series of meetings. So So today Shiv Sena is also going to take a decision in that particular national executive. Remember that Uddhav Thackeray has told to MLAs that even if one MLA from this camp goes and meets him and tells him that he should resign, then he would step down. We'll have to wait and watch what will happen at 4 p.m. Official spokesperson of Shinde camp is likely to take place at 4 p.m. That would be addressed by Deepak Kesarkar. Rukma.
Right. So all eyes at 4 p.m. Piyush, and well, you keep us updated as you've been doing. Going across now to Alisha, who's outside the YB Chavan Center. Alisha, we were just discussing with Piyush about the kind of announcements that are likely at the National Executive Meet to be chaired by Uddhav Thackeray. But when we talk about, well, already we saw just a short while back the posters that have come out in support of Shinde. Meanwhile, the other allies who are part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, what are you hearing from them? Also, any latest updates that you may have?
Well, that we have already witnessed, because Jan Prahar Shakti Party, 2 MLAs, that is Bachchu Kadu and Jan Rajkumar Patel, who is already present in Guwahati, that is Radisson Blue Hotel, and there are other independent MLAs who have been present. So yes, there are some kind of support that Eknath Shinde has been getting, and they have already claimed that more than 50 MLAs are in support of Eknath Shinde, because officially what we have been told that 38 Shiv Sena MLAs are present in Guwahati. But now the talking about the meeting that you mentioned of Uddhav Thackeray. Yes, the 1 p.m. meeting where Uddhav Thackeray is going to chair a meeting with the Shiv Sena National Executive, and we have been told that working committee is also going to be present in that meeting. Because why it is important with the working committee is because Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena is likely to remove Eknath Shinde and Ramdas Kadam. Ramdas Kadam's son is a rebel MLA, that is Yogesh Kadam, who is already in Radisson Blue. So it is a new tactics by the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena that they are likely to remove Eknath Shinde and Ramdas Kadam as the member of the working committee. And what we have been told that new working committee is going to be constituted. New working committee is going to be formed, and that will be later informed to the election commission as well. So this is the strategy where Uddhav Thackeray has been going through. We know there was series of meetings even yesterday, the late night, when Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel, they all were present in Matoshri to meet Uddhav Thackeray. There was a series of meetings, and even Sanjay Raut and Priyanka Chaturvedi, she was also present. So in that even meeting, they were just trying to make it a strategy how to pacify Shinde, and how they can be now tactics that can be used, because they have already used the disqualification. One petition that has already been submitted to the Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Speaker has already had a legal consent with the Maharashtra AG Ashutosh Kumbhakoni. He already had a discussion with it, and it has been said that notice will be issued to them, so that they have to be the 16 MLAs, the rebel MLAs were the name that was mentioned by Shiv Sena. So the 16 MLAs have to be physically to be here in Mumbai when the hearing will commence, and we have been said that it will be commenced on Monday. So yes, back to back, very important development what we are witnessing. But yes, all eyes on a 1 p.m. meeting where Uddhav Thackeray is going to chair a meeting with the National Executive, and there will be some kind of outcome that will come, because everyone is looking for the working committee, and this working committee is going to where they are going to likely to remove Eknath Shinde, just because it is a fear of Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena that Eknath Shinde should not take the symbol or the Shiv Sena name in their party. Yes.
Right, Alisha, well, stay with us. We also have with us Piyush Ohri, who's outside Matoshri, and also Piyush Mishra from Guwahati, and Shivangi, who's outside covering that very crucial meeting between Ramdas Athavale and Devendra Fadnavis outside the Fadnavis residence just a short while back. There's also a hectic parley on the part of the NCP. We're seeing there Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar in those visuals. Let's go across to our correspondent, Piyush once again. Piyush, we are hearing that the MLAs there of the Shiv Sena and other independents who are there at Radisson Blue in Guwahati, they could be returning by Thursday. When we talk about their expectations from the legal process, what are their basic concerns right now?
Hurdles, but at 2 p.m. there will be a meeting, and then at 4 p.m. there will be first press conference of Shinde camp. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details of these big two developments. Those are also to take place in Guwahati. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
And amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramdas Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the latter's Sagar bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus independents. In a massive development, Pakistan has arrested Sajid Mir, Pak-based top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, who was one of the main planners of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. This comes after years of Pakistan denying his presence and even stating that he was dead. The United States will send another $450 million security aid package to Ukraine. White House National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby said at a press conference that the new package includes multiple rocket launchers, patrol boats and artillery shells. Guwahati saw protests by workers of the Congress state unit demanding that the breakaway faction leaders of the Shiv Sena leave the state. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, citing the federal structure of the country, stated he cannot block tourists from coming to Assam. Meanwhile, in Nashik, Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of Rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also raised slogans against him. Even as the impasse continues, as Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray refuses to concede to Eknath Shinde's demands, Congress has moved into a wait-and-watch mode. There's been little word from the Congress since the party was miffed by Sanjay Raut's offer to discuss even leaving the MVA if the rebels return. Meanwhile, the Eknath Shinde-led rebellion continues to demand that the party should break ties with NCP and you're watching Republic TV. In our top national stories, the Prime Minister will be in Germany for the G7 summit, which India is to participate in as a guest country. The Prime Minister is further expected to speak over several issues to be taken up at the summit for discussion. Sajid Mir, identified as handler for LET and on India's most wanted list for the 26/11 attacks, jailed for 15 years in Pakistan. Considered a project planner of the attacks, the terrorist is said to have been arrested as an attempt to have Pakistan's name removed from the FATF's grey list. He's also been declared dead or not in the country on previous occasions by Pakistani authorities. A statement by filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma over the president's name has drawn ire from the BJP, with BJP leader Guru Narayana Reddy calling it an act of disrespect towards scheduled tribes. Filmmaker Ram Gopal Verma reacts to growing outrage over the comment, says the reference was the result of a remembrance of the characters associated with the name Draupadi. Hindu Sangharsh Samiti submits memorandum address to Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar demanding end to issuance of meat licenses in Gurugram. SFI condemns protests held by workers of its organization that led to vandalization of the Congress's Wayanad office, claiming the protest was carried out without the permission of SFI State Committee. And Pakistan reacts to NSA Doval's statement over resuming relations with India. Says while it wishes to resume ties, it feels the environment is not conducive at the moment. Comments come about after the leader says that resuming relations was being held back due to India's low tolerance for terrorism. At least 60 people arrested by GRP and RPF in connection with protests carried out against the Agnipat scheme in Hyderabad. Protesters arrested under several sections of criminal code. Authorities in Uttar Pradesh announce arrests in connection with Agnipat are at 1,551 at the moment. 424 arrests also made in connection with violence over comments of suspended BJP leaders.
Series of meetings scheduled, but all eyes on a Deepak K. Sarkar press conference at 4 p.m. where some important announcement likely to be made. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Stories from across the country in brief. Amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramnath Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the Sagar Bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus the independents. Stories from across the country in brief. After the Supreme Court dismissed a petition alleging a larger conspiracy by the high state functionaries, including the then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi, in the 2002 Gujarat Riots, MOS Home Nityanand Rai welcomed the Apex Court's decision, saying that the truth always wins. And speaking to Arnab Goswami on the debate, Ravi Shankar Prasad said that the narrative to defame Narendra Modi over the riots had almost become a cottage industry. In a horrifying and blood-curdling incident reported from Karnataka, 7 fetuses stuffed in a bottle and 2 uteri were found floating in a stormwater drain under a bridge in Belgavi district. The police officials are suspecting it to be an act of feticide. Further investigation is underway. The Gujarat government has given its nod for the 145th Rath Yatra of Lord Jagannath in Ahmedabad on July 1st with restricted participation and strict adherence to the COVID-19 protocols and guidelines. Regarding the same, Ahmedabad Police Commissioner held a press conference and gave information about the security arrangements. The Delhi Commission for Women on Friday issued summons to Delhi Police and Central Industrial Security Force over the alleged sexual harassment of a woman in Delhi Metro. The Commission had taken suo motu cognizance of the matter when a woman put a social media post narrating her ordeal on Twitter, wherein she stated that a man tried to sexually harass her on the Jorbagh station of Delhi Metro. The flood situation in Assam remained critical on Friday as 45.34 lakh people are still reeling under the second wave of the deluge in northeastern state. As many as 10 people's lives were lost in the last 24 hours, taking the total number of casualties to 117. Now, out of 117 deaths, 100 people died in the flood and 17 died in landslides. And amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramnath Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the latter's Sagar Bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently.
And breaking news coming in there, as you can see on your screens, the much touted national executive meet of Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. Currently, well, expected to begin anytime now. Scheduled for 1 p.m. Sanjay Raut was seen entering the Sena Bhavan and meeting to commence shortly. Aditya Thackeray also expected soon. So those are visuals from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray is likely to hold its national executive, scheduled for 1 p.m. That's just 5 minutes away. Piyush Ori at Matoshri. Piyush, what can you tell us about all the arrivals, all the hectic movement outside Matoshri right now, even as all eyes are on that national executive meet? And so our correspondents there on the ground, those are visuals from outside Matoshri, where from where Aditya Thackeray is expected to leave for the national executive meet that is to be held and chaired by Uddhav Thackeray. There's another meeting that is to be chaired by Aditya Thackeray himself of Youth Shiv Senics.
Well, all eyes on a meeting that has been scheduled at 1 p.m. where Uddhav Thackeray is going to attend that meeting with the Shiv Sena National Executive. Minute-to-minute updates only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Guwahati saw protests by workers of the Congress state unit demanding that the breakaway faction leaders of the Shiv Sena leave the state. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, citing the federal structure of the country, stated he cannot block tourists from coming to Assam. Meanwhile, in Nashik, Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of Rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also raised slogans against him. Even as the impasse continues, as Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray refuses to concede to Eknath Shinde's demands, Congress has moved into a wait-and-watch mode. There's been little word from the Congress since the party was miffed by Sanjay Raut's offer to discuss even leaving the MVA if the rebels return. Meanwhile, the Eknath Shinde-led rebellion continues to demand that the party should break ties with NCP and Congress and join hands with the BJP.
Stories from across the country in brief. Amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramnath Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the Sagar Bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcomed Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus the independents. Stories from across the country in brief. After the Supreme Court dismissed a petition alleging a larger conspiracy by the high state functionaries, including the then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi, in the 2002 Gujarat Riots, MOS Home Nityanand Rai welcomed the apex court's decision, saying that the truth always wins. And speaking to Arnab Goswami on the debate, Ravi Shankar Prasad said that the narrative to defame Narendra Modi over the riots had almost become a cottage industry. In a horrifying and blood-curdling incident reported from Karnataka, 7 fetuses stuffed in a bottle and 2 uteri were found floating in a stormwater drain under a bridge in Belgavi district. The police officials are suspecting it to be an act of feticide. Further investigation is underway. The Gujarat government...
This is something that I can never forget. People sitting in Delhi, blocking all arterial routes and telling the nation that we will do it from here. We will block your roads. We will disrupt your entire lifestyle, and there is nothing that you can do about it. The score: truth 0, propaganda 1.
And Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile up numbers. Is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle? Uddhav Sena refutes allegations as claims and counterclaims mount. Is Uddhav camp resorting to desperate measures as numbers slide further? Sources say Shinde camp set to float new faction. Shiv Sena Balsaheb Thackeray. Shinde camp is now completely isolated Uddhav. Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options, even as hectic parleys are lined up. From Congress to politically paid NGOs and journalists to propagandists, Shah's tell-all unsparing attack as Modi gets a clean chit. Will Lutyens speak up now? Assam flood situation worsens as the death toll rises to 118, over 45 lakh hit by the deluge.
And staying with the story breaking from Mumbai right now, there's some action at Mumbai where Shivangi, my colleague, is right now. She's at the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. Let me go cross straight. Shivangi, over to you. I think there was some action there, some movement. What's going on?
Ramdas Athawale has come out. Ramdas Athawale has come out right now. We're trying to get through him. There's a lot of action and crowd over here. But right now, Ramdas Athawale is speaking. He's speaking to the media.
मोबाइल हिंदी में हुई अभी तो स्टार्ट हुआ है।
सरकार मात्र अल्पमतामध्ये आहे। माझं मत, माझी भूमिका अशी आहे की सरकार अल्पमतामध्ये असल्यामुळे या सरकारला सत्तेवर राहण्याचा अधिकार नाही आहे, कारण 37 जे विधानसभेचे आमदार आहेत एकनाथ शिंदेच्या सोबत आहेत आणि त्यामुळे मोठा गट जो आहे तो एकनाथ शिंदेच्या सोबत असल्यामुळे या ठिकाणी माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे आणि
What I believe is the number is with Eknath Shinde.
आमच्याकडे मेजॉरिटी
There are 37 Vidhan Sabha MLAs that has went with Eknath Shinde and he has the majority. So I believe that Uddhav Thackeray should take a stand and accept the fact. Accept the fact and he should know that he has no majority. He should think, he should reconsider over he has the majority or not.
16 आमदारांना सस्पेंड करण्याच्या संबंधामधली हालचाल सुरू आहे.
And that is the reason where I believe that this government does not have any authority to take any decision.
करता येणार नाही. यांनी 37 आमदारांचा 2/3 मेजॉरिटीने त्यांनी आपले आमदार त्यांनी आपल्यासोबत घेतलेले आहेत आणि 2/3 आमदार असल्यामुळं त्यांच्या आमदारकीला अजिबात धक्का लागू शकत नाही.
There is 2/3 majority with Eknath Shinde. The majority is with Eknath Shinde.
त्यामुळे एखाद्या बैठकीला हजर जर झालं नाही तर त्यांना पक्षातून काढून
And
टाकण्याचा
the whip that has been issued in the house but not for the meeting.
पद्धतीची मागणी करण्याचा किंवा तशी
Whether to come for the meeting or no, the MLAs has the right to decide whether he want to go or
अशा
no.
पद्धतीची अन्यायकारक भूमिका
So we really don't understand what is the reason behind the petition that has been given over the disqualification.
जी काही शिवसेनेची गुंडागर्दी तर चाललेली आहे.
And also we are confused over the decision taken by the Deputy Speaker to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Assembly, whether the majority is with Eknath Shinde.
तोडफाड करायची असेल तर एकनाथ शिंदेच्या
And the whip chief also should be given to the Eknath Shinde camp.
त्यामुळे अशा पद्धतीची दादागिरी करणं अजिबात योग्य नाही.
We saw that there are many Shiv Sainik who are in support of Eknath Shinde.
सर हिंदी में बताइए, हिंदी में बताइए सर. एकनाथ शिंदे सोबत कसं राहायचं?
आता रिपब्लिकन पक्ष जो आहे हा रिपब्लिकन पक्ष हा तसा एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्याबद्दल आम्हाला सहानुभूती आहे. त्यांनी अशा पद्धतीचा मोठा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे आणि अशा पद्धतीची दादागिरी करण्याचा प्रयत्न.
Republican Party of India has the support to Eknath Shinde.
त्या ठिकाणी बोर्ड तोडले जात असतील तर ही
There is no rule as of now, but yes, we have given our support to Eknath Shinde.
योग्य नाही आहे. त्यांनी माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी सगळ्या शिवसैनिकांना आदेश दिली पाहिजे आणि शांततेनं जे काय असेल तो त्या पद्धतीने पुढे जगायला पाहिजे. तर तुम्हाला वाटतं की ते आमदार इकडे आल्यानंतर आमच्याकडे येतील तर ठीक आहे, जे तुमच्याकडे येतील ते तुमच्याकडे येतील. परंतु एकदा ते गेलेले
Uddhav Thackeray should really sort it out his problem, because if he thinks like the MLAs that will come back to Mumbai, is what we have been thinking, that it is completely fine if he is confident enough that the MLA that went to Guwahati will come back to Mumbai and they are ready to join him. So that is completely fine. But threatening those MLA is really not the ethic way of politics.
हिंदी में माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो विरोधी पक्ष नेता भी है और माजी मुख्यमंत्री भी है, उनके साथ मैंने बात की है और उन्होंने बताया है कि मतलब जो शिवसेना में जो अंतर्गत झगड़ा है उससे हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है और एकनाथ शिंदे जी और उद्धव ठाकरे के बीच में जो विवाद है वो निपटा है, उससे हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है और हमें कोई हम वेट एंड वॉच पर हम लोग हैं, हमें कोई घाई नहीं है और सरकार बनाने के संबंध में हमने अभी कोई सोचा था नहीं है. जब आगे क्या होता है हम देखते हैं. लेकिन ये जो माननीय शरद पवार जी, माननीय अजित पवार जी, माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी, संजय राउत जी जो बोल रहे हैं कि भाई हम मेजोरिटी दिखाएंगे, तो इतने एमएलए मतलब आपको छोड़ कर चले गए हैं. शिवसेना के 37 एमएलए और 7-8 अपने इंडिपेंडेंट एमएलए उनके साथ है. तो इतने एमएलए अगर बाहर आए तो आप कैसे कौन से मुंह से बोल सकते हैं कि भाई हम मेजोरिटी सिद्ध करेंगे. तो ठीक बात है, हाउस में अगर देखना है तो हाउस में देख सकते हैं, लेकिन 16 जो एमएलए उनको सस्पेंड करने का कोई अधिकार डेप्यूटी स्पीकर को तो बिल्कुल नहीं है और ऐसा अगर होता है तो ये अन्यायकारक भूमिका होगी. महाराष्ट्र में इसी तरह का इलीगल काम नहीं चलना चाहिए और 2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है. जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज़ है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है. तो पुलिस ने ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है, उनके सभी एमएलए के घर को प्रोटेक्शन देने की आवश्यकता है. ऐसी दादागिरी बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगी और दादागिरी अगर करने की कोशिश होगी तो दादागिरी को दादागिरी से उत्तर दिया जा सकता है.
इल्लीगल है तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए? आपने कहा अल्पमत में है, इल्लीगल है जो भी चल रहा है, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए?
नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, लेकिन अभी मुख्यमंत्री बोल रहे हैं हम हाउस में मेजोरिटी दिखाएंगे. अभी इतनी माइनॉरिटी में गए हैं और मेजोरिटी कहाँ से दिखाएंगे. तो हाउस में दिखाना है तो हाउस में दिखा सकते हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने बताया कि हमें कोई जल्दबाजी बिल्कुल नहीं है. हम वेट एंड वॉच पर हम लोग हैं और आगे क्या होगा हम देखेंगे, लेकिन अभी हमारा कोई ये झगड़े में हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है. बीजेपी का बिल्कुल ये तोड़फाड़ में बिल्कुल हाथ नहीं है.
थैंक यू सर.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Well, a lot of action here. We just heard that important statements coming out right now. Ramdas Athavale, after that meeting, has said that the CM must resign. But is he telling that he has a majority? How can he have the majority? BJP is saying that they are right now on a wait and watch mode right now. This is the big news coming in right now. These are very important statements being made. Saying that Shinde has the majority. For the first time, we are hearing after the big meeting which happened with Devendra Fadnavis, some kind of statement coming from the Fadnavis camp. And we can see that Ramdas Athavale is just leaving right now. He is leaving right now from Devendra Fadnavis camp. And we got you those exclusive visuals. His right now vehicles leaving, a lot of action happening here. And that important statement which has also come from Devendra Fadnavis' residence, where a couple of statements were made that we are on wait and watch mode and have not decided anything on the government. But again, questioning that how can they really have the majority? Our support is with Eknath Shinde. That was a big statement coming in from Ramdas Athavale here. The meeting lasted approximately maybe 2 hours. Ramdas Athavale had come around 1 hour back here at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. But what is very interesting to note is that finally we are hearing a word. We're hearing a word from the BJP and its allies about
one minute, Shivangi, 1 minute. There's some action at Sena Bhavan. Let me go across to Sena Bhavan. That's Live View 3, where we have a presence. Let me cut across to Sena Bhavan. I think that's Aditya Thackeray there. Let's cut across live to those pictures. Going straight to those pictures. Okay, that was Aditya Thackeray earlier. Okay, so those were pictures of Aditya Thackeray entering the Shiv Sena Bhavan. The Shiv Sena is in a huddle. The Shiv Sena's national executive meeting will begin or has begun now. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. That's happening as we speak. And let me now go across to Alisha, my colleague, joining us live. Alisha, okay, Priyanka is live. Let me go across to Priyanka. Priyanka, there's some action there. Take us through what's happening there. Priyanka.
एजेंडा है कई ठहराव करने उनके आदेश के मुताबिक ये रूटीन है ये वो नहीं वो बात अलग है उसको मना किया उद्धव जी ने ऐसा नाम मत ले लो बोला है
So you can see that a lot of leaders of the Shiv Sena going inside right now. All of them saying that there is, of course, going to be a lot of discussion when it comes to what will be the further course of action going forward, because we had been seeing how even in Guwahati there were more and more MLAs going, and we had seen even today so many meetings that are still going on. There's a lot of action. I'd like my VJ Neeraj to actually stay with the visuals as we talk about this development here at the Sena Bhavan. We just saw just a few minutes ago Aditya Thackeray also going inside Niranjan along with several of the other leadership that has already gone in, and they were in fact waiting for him. Sanjay Raut had been present inside the Sena Bhavan, and now we had seen Aditya Thackeray also going inside, and perhaps in just a few seconds from now is when the meeting will commence and there will be discussion on how the political trajectory of Shiv Sena will be going forward, because we are seeing that the numbers not in favor of Uddhav Thackeray anymore, not in favor of Sanjay Raut, even when these kind of statements coming from both of them saying that we are still intact, that there is nothing wrong with the Shiv Sena. Yesterday as well and day before as well, we had seen emotional appeals that were made by Uddhav Thackeray. That had continued, and yesterday in fact right behind me is the Sena Bhavan where the meeting had also taken place. Yesterday where Aditya Thackeray had addressed the leadership of the Shiv Sena and had stated that the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati are the ones that have betrayed Shiv Sena, are the ones that have betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray, are the ones that have betrayed Hindutva. Now these are the statements that Aditya Thackeray had made in front of the leadership in the meeting yesterday itself, and we had seen multiple developments as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, and they had stated that their entire focus will be that of the BNC elections as well, and working for the people of Maharashtra. They are not very concerned about this, and they had also tried to put up a strong face. Sanjay Raut yesterday today also claiming that 21 of the MLAs are still in touch with them. But that being said, we still see that they are moving for 16 of the MLAs to be disqualified of the rebel camp. However, of course, the legalities of that is still to be determined, and whether or not they can actually do that. So that being said, we are seeing multiple developments with the Shiv Sena Bhavan. And the meeting, the very crucial meeting, in fact, that is now underway behind me, where Aditya Thackeray, in fact, chairing that meeting as well. And of course, a lot of details as well that we will get of that meeting, because that is really going to be a deciding factor as to what Shiv Sena really wants to do going forward. Because now the BJP also in a huddle, the BJP meeting with the alliance parties as well, them in fact claiming that Guwahati, the MLAs in Guwahati are not with the Shiv Sena anymore, and that there might be legal action that might also be taken as well. Now, these were the statements that had come to light since yesterday, day before yesterday as well, from the Shiv Sena leadership. And now we are seeing that this meeting going on, and as we were talking about the BJP at the Devendra Fadnavis residence at the Sagar Bungalow, where Shivangi is reporting from, we are also seeing a lot of action where all of the leadership going in and coming out and claiming that they do not have the majority anymore, that Uddhav Thackeray does not have the majority anymore, and that there cannot be any action that can be taken against the rebel MLAs as well. Now, we are seeing a lot of developments even outside of these meetings as well, because we had seen that just 2 days back that the NCP had also had a meeting, and just yesterday we saw Sharad Pawar also going to Matoshri, meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, suggesting that he may resign. So that might be one of the other possibilities as well that would be under the discussion. But even after that meeting, Niranjan, they had come out and started to try to get across the message that they're still standing strong. Niranjan.
Priyanka, be with me. Right now, the way the numbers are stacked up, and you heard what Athavale said, I'd like to take that question to Alisha. Alisha, he said his party backs the Shinde camp. So I think it's just a matter of formality now before, the NDA. Of course, Athavale is a part of the NDA. He's saying we back Shinde camp. And that's a very significant statement, because he's more or less indicated now that they could simply join hands with the BJP. Now, that's the indication. And if that happens, scenario one is very clear, that Shinde camp, as is with the 38th Sena MLA, joins hands with the BJP and its allies. Now, scenario two, even if all the 16 are disqualified, they still have the numbers, Alisha. So I think it's just a formality now. Either way you look at it, yes, it will be a legal battle, but the numbers in either of the scenarios are still with Eknath Shinde's camp. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, but like talking about the disqualification of the 16 rebel MLAs, the petition that was given by Shiv Sena leaders. But let me tell you that even Ramdas Athavale has made it very clear. The petition that has been given by Shiv Sena is stating that they did not attend the meeting. The meeting that were asked to come by the Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, at his bungalow at 5 p.m. But the rebel MLAs, the 16 MLAs who did not respect to that ultimatum that has been given by Uddhav Thackeray. But the whip that has been given, that has only been possible, and that has only been that has to be respected in the assembly and not for the meeting. Even being a union minister, Ramdas Athavale made it very clear that if any of the other person of the MLAs that has been asked to come for a meeting, if it does not come for a meeting, it is absolutely fine. So there is no authority with the deputy speaker to disqualify just because they did not attend the meeting. And that was the reason where yesterday a series of meetings that happened in Vidhan Bhavan. We saw that Deputy Speaker Narhari, who was present in the Vidhan Bhavan, after which Maharashtra AG Ashutosh Kumbhakoni, who was asked to come because there was some legal procedure that they were seeking for. Now, what we have been told by the sources that the further action that can be initiated by Deputy Speaker is giving a notice. He is likely to issue notice to the 16 rebel MLAs, where the MLAs has to be physically present for that hearing. The hearing that is likely to be commenced from Monday only, after if the notice has been issued to them. So there is an not the possibility of not even issuing the letter, because it is just a matter of not them coming to the meeting, and according to the constitution 10th schedule, it is completely absolutely fine if they don't, if any MLA or MP who have been called for a meeting, if they don't come. The whip that has been issued is only applicable in the assembly. So we have to see, and this retaliation is already given by the Eknath Shinde as well, but we have to see what action Deputy Speaker say, because he has the two letters. One petition that has been given by the Uddhav Thackeray camp asking and seeking to disqualify 16 MLAs, whereas the other the application, the resolution that was given by Eknath Shinde clearly stating he has the number, he has a 37 number, the majority, the 2/3 majority, and
Alisha,
so he should be elected as the leader, but no decision has been taken yet. Yes.
there is an interesting development in Assam, and the letter is on our screen right now. Reportedly, the Shiv Sena unit of Assam, the Assam Shiv Sena unit, has written to Shinde camp asking for them to return to Mumbai. Let me put that letter out and take Piyush on that breaking news update. Piyush, this is the letter that we're putting out. We are hearing that this is a letter from the Shiv Sena Assam unit asking for them to return to Mumbai and merge and stay with Uddhav Thackeray's unit.
Yes, Niranjan, a couple of minutes back, the Shiv Sena Pramukh of Assam, he has come here and he also spoke to media where he requested Eknath Shinde to go back to Mumbai and reunite with Uddhav Thackeray. And letter has also been written by him, and he has addressed this letter to Eknath Shinde, and he is requesting him to go back to Mumbai. Now he has been detained. A couple of minutes back, we also saw the pictures coming in of NCP protesting here, but there were only 4 workers. The moment they reached here, they were immediately detained by the police, and the Shiv Sena Pramukh who had come here, who was speaking to media, he has also been detained and taken away by the Assam police. But once again, there's a demand. A couple of days back also we had seen a person who had Mr. Sanjay, he had come here to request Eknath Shinde to go back to Mumbai and reunite with Uddhav Thackeray. So series of developments are taking place. At one side, the Shiv Sena workers continue to pour in here requesting Shinde to go back to Mumbai with all the MLAs. But Shinde camp has categorically made it very clear that they are the one who are the real Shiv Senics, and that is why we are given to understand is that at 4 p.m. they are going to do a press conference also, Niranjan, and that would be addressed by Deepak Kesarkar, who has been speaking to you also and giving a lot of details. At 4 p.m. he is going to do a press conference, and that would be the first official press conference of Eknath Shinde camp, in which most likely he is going to announce the new name of Eknath Shinde camp, and that could be, the sources are suggesting that the name of the Shinde camp would be, most likely it could be Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena. So very big development which we are now picking, Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray, that could be the name that would be announced by Deepak Kesarkar at 4 p.m. Before that, at 2 p.m. Eknath Shinde is going to do a meeting where he is going to appoint the spokesperson of this new camp. So series of developments taking place. Shinde claiming that around 38 MLAs, one more than the required number of 37 MLAs are with him. Around 10 independent MLAs are with him, and in total there are 50 MLAs of Maharashtra who are present right now inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. Before I toss it back to you, let me also once again try to show you pictures from right outside this very hotel where hectic parley is underway. It's the 4th day where the Shinde camp continue to camp inside this very hotel. Massive security continues to be in place. We have seen in the last 4 days MLAs continue to pour in. The Shinde camp continues to swell. But the point here is that what will be the decision that will be taken at 4 p.m. We can expect a crucial decision being taken by Shinde camp. We are waiting for an important press conference that would be done by Deepak Kesarkar. Niranjan.
Okay, I'm getting in some pictures right now from also in different parts of Maharashtra where there have been protests by the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena against some of the Shinde camp MLAs. I'll put out the video that has just been sent by Alisha. Alisha, we've just got that video. I'm going to play that out. But let me quickly get in a word also from Piyush Ori and Shivangi also reporting. Piyush, what's your location and what's the development, any movement that you're seeing there?
So Niranjan, I'm outside Matoshri, and over here just a few minutes back, Aditya Thackeray just moved out and went to Sena Bhavan to move and talk to his workers. Now there is also a lot of activity which is going along over here. There is an estimation that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, even though he's COVID positive, might come out and try to move to Sena Bhavan to meet his workers. But this is just a speculation which is just meeting around. While I'm speaking to you, there are a lot of senior political leaders as well as workers who are coming along and meeting with Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray to point out their grievances. As I said, it's now the key political worker. It is the key ground worker which Uddhav Thackeray is now trying to focus on, because it is this key ground worker which is disappointed and has moved away from Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray camp and has gone to Eknath Shinde. So I think this is this key ground worker is something now which Uddhav Thackeray is focusing on. Having said that, the numbers definitely are not along with them, and Uddhav Thackeray realizes this. So for him, as of now, it is not the post of Chief Minister which is taking place, but keeping focus on having leadership of Shiv Sena. So for all these things, there's hectic parties which are going on, there is hectic meetings which are going along, and the key focus is to get hold of Shiv Sena. Yes, Shiv Sena is focusing it on legally, but it is also political, and a lot of political factors are also taking place to keep hold of Shiv Sena. Back to you, Niranjan.
There's some pictures of protest that just came in right now. Let's go back to the pictures of the protest. I think the protest was against Bharat Gogavle, who was appointed the whip by the Shinde camp. I'm putting those pictures out, and I'm going to Alisha, who will speak over those pictures and the kind of protest that you're seeing across different cities of Maharashtra against the Eknath Shinde camp, of course, and this is by the Uddhav camp.
Well, yes, Niranjan, we can see the picture that is coming in from Raigad, and there is a Shiv Sainik who is doing a protest against Bharat Gogavne, and we know that he's the same person, Bharat Sita Gogavne, who's been appointed, who has given, like Eknath Shinde has given a letter stating that Bharat Gogavne should be appointed as a chief whip. But yes, there have been protests against Eknath Shinde camp, and even we saw the picture that is coming from Pune, where there was a health camp office in Pune that was organized and that was established by Eknath Shinde and his son Shrikant Shinde. But we know that the black ink coloring that was done on the poster of Eknath Shinde and Shrikant Shinde. So there are several videos that has been coming in, which is why even we know that Maharashtra police chief has given an instructions to all the police officials, all the police station, to be on high alert, because some kind of action that is going to be initiated, and the Shiv Sainik has also been given the ultimatum. The notice has been given to them, but even after that, we can see there are many more Shiv Sainik that has been coming from Uddhav Thackeray camp. They have been protesting against the rebel MLAs, whether it is their office or whether it is their any other banners that has been placed in their district, in their place, in their constituency. So that has been removed. We saw that even Tanaji Sawant, who is right now present in Guwahati, even his office has been vandalized by the Shiv Sainik. So such action has been taken, that has been ongoing. But on the other hand, Niranjan, we even saw that there are banners that has been put up across Maharashtra, many of the places, many of the constituencies, that is in support of Eknath Shinde. They have been clearly saying that this is something, a fight for a Hindutva ideology, and the Shiv Sainik from the Shinde camp is supporting Eknath Shinde. They have been supporting for what Eknath Shinde has been doing it, and right now is right, as we know that he is in Guwahati. So that is a one picture that we have been witnessing across Maharashtra. Yes.
Okay. One question from Shivangi, and then we'll listen into some of the responses that have been coming in this morning. You've had several union ministers also speak. Athavale, because of his alliance with the BJP in Maharashtra, has spoken after meeting Devendra Fadnavis. All eyes will also be on Fadnavis, because if these MLAs of the Shinde camp form a separate grouping, they will have enough numbers to go with the BJP. But Shivangi, what is your location and what is the action there? Who's meeting whom at Devendra Fadnavis's residence?
Well, Niranjan, I'm at Fadnavis's residence, and this is where a lot of action is taking place today. Niranjan, a couple of leaders have gone in. Ramdas Athavale had also come out. We got to those exclusive visuals, and what he said was extremely significant. But I'll come back to that. But apart from that, Ravi Rana had gone inside, and also a couple of Rajya Sabha MP as well from BJP had gone inside. Couple of MLAs were inside for that crucial meeting with Devendra Fadnavis. Now, we had a lot of speculation earlier. What will it be about? What will it be about? We speculated it would be on BMC elections because earlier, remember, Niranjan, that there was a statement which was taken out by the BJP state president where he said that we have nothing got to do with what's happening in the split between Shiv Sena and the Shinde rebel camp. So that's what the statement had said. If you go back to yesterday, go back in time, that's what they said. So they were trying to kind of distance themselves. But what Ramdas Athavale said, it kind of gives us a little bit of a clarity about what to expect next. Now they've actually said that they are with Shinde. Ramdas Athavale saying that also means that that is the sentiment of its ally as well. So this was a big news coming in from Devendra Fadnavis's home and Niranjan. And this, like you were said earlier, could be even a formality in a way. We can expect much more action now coming in from the BJP and its allies when it comes to the split within the Shiv Sena. And also, interestingly, they also said that they are waiting and watching. There were a lot of statements made against Uddhav Thackeray that he should stop his hooliganism as well, and he should, in fact, also not disqualify those MLAs. Remember, there's a list of 16 MLAs that Uddhav Thackeray wants to be disqualified. Loyalists and rebels who have joined the Shinde camp. So finally, some word really coming from BJP and its allies. So I think very soon we will see more political developments happening here, and perhaps on record statement from the BJP, maybe from Devendra Fadnavis as well, on what exactly is their action when it comes to the split in the Shiv Sena. Niranjan.
Okay, let's listen into some of the reactions coming in. Let's listen to some of the reactions coming in of the different voices this morning. You had Sanjay Raut speaking, you had Ramdas Athavale and a few others who went on record. Here are some of the on-record reactions so far.
बकरी जैसे बे 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 कर रहे हैं। हाँ, छोड़ दीजिए ये बात, अभी भी मौका नहीं गया है। कल भी रात को शरद पवार साहब और अजित पवार साहब, जयंत राव पाटिल, प्रफुल्ल पटेल सब मातोश्री पे आए थे। उनके सामने, उनके मौजूदगी में वहाँ से 10 MLA ने हमसे बात की है, उनके मौजूदगी में। अरे क्या बोल रहे हैं, कौन किसके साथ है? आइए आप महाराष्ट्र में फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, किसमें कितना दम है वो पता चलेगा। और मैं बहुत ही जिम्मेदारी से और कॉन्फिडेंटली बोल रहा हूँ, ये हवा की बात नहीं है। संजय राउत कभी हवा में बात नहीं करता। उद्धव ठाकरे जो चाहते हैं वही मैं बोलूँगा, और हमारे पास क्या है, कौन सी ताकत है मुझे मालूम है। और जो बगावत पे उतर आए हैं वो अपने विधायक की बचाए।
आज जिस तरीके से हमारे महाराष्ट्र में जो परिस्थितियां निर्माण हुई हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे गुट और बाड़ा साहब को के विचारों पे चलने वाला जो एक ग्रुप है, वो एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ में अलग तरीके से निकलकर आज गुवाहाटी में बैठा है। उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने रिजाइन तो दिया नहीं, घर छोड़ दिया। घर छोड़ने के बाद गवर्नमेंट के लिए, सरकार के लिए इतने ज्यादा अग्रेसिव पने से बाहर अपने रिप्रेजेंट करने वाले जो राज्यसभा मेंबर है संजय राउत जी को इस तरीके से बयान देने लगाते हैं कि सिक्योरिटी पूरे एमएलएस की निकाल लेते हैं, जो इनके ग्रुप को छोड़कर ओरिजिनल शिवसेना निर्माण करने के लिए बाहर गए हैं। तो उनको ये कहते हैं कि तुम्हारी सिक्योरिटी तो तुम्हें मिलती है, पर तुम्हारे परिवारों को सिक्योर करने वाला कौन आएगा? सीधे खुलेआम प्रेस के सामने वो सभी विधायकों के परिवार को खुलेआम धमकी दे रहे हैं कि आप बच जाओगे, पर आपके परिवार को कौन महाराष्ट्र में बचाएगा? इस तरीके से संजय राउत धमकी देते हैं। तानाजी सावंत जो विधायक हैं महाराष्ट्र के, आज उनके ऑफिस में ऐसे कई उद्धव ठाकरे के गुंडे भेजकर उन्हें तोड़ फोड़ किया। मुझे एक प्रश्न उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना है, बाड़ा साहब के बड़ा आदरणीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के एक भी स्पीच में, एक भी विचारधारा में आप कहीं बैठते हैं क्या? 56 साल उनके शिवसेना को, ओरिजिनल उनकी विचारधारा को मानने वाले लोगों ने 56 साल उनके शिवसेना में निकाले। आज सडन ऑफ उनके ही कार्यकर्ता आज बाहर क्यों जाते हैं? उन्होंने एक चीज हमेशा कही है, जिस दिन मैं कांग्रेस के साथ सत्ता बनाने के लिए मजबूर होऊंगा उस दिन मैं मेरी शिवसेना की दुकान बंद करूंगा। इस तरीके के भाषण, इस तरीके की विचार उन्होंने हमेशा अपने शिवसैनिकों के सामने रखी है। उन्होंने कहा है हमेशा कि मैं हिंदुत्ववादी हूं और हिंदू लोगों के लिए काम करता हूं। इस तरीके की विचारधारा आदरणीय बाला साहब ने हमेशा अपने भाषणों में दी है। और आज उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो निर्माण किया उनके जाने के बाद, सिर्फ उद्धव ठाकरे के गुंडे निर्माण किए हैं। मैं अमित शाह जी से विनती करूंगी, जितने भी विधायक जो बाला साहब के विचारधाराओं पे लेकर, हिंदुत्ववादी विचारधाराओं को लेकर उद्धव ठाकरे को छोड़कर अपनी विचारधाराओं से, बाला साहब ठाकरे के विचारधाराओं से जुड़कर वो अलग अपने निर्णय ले रहे हैं, उनके परिवार को सिक्योर करना ये हम सबकी जवाबदारी है। और मैं अमित शाह जी से विनती करूंगी कि उनके परिवार को सिक्योरिटी दी जाए, उनको सिक्योर किया जाए और हमारे महाराष्ट्र से उद्धव ठाकरे की गुंडेशाही ये बंद की जाए। क्योंकि बार बार ये 2.5 वर्षों में हमारे महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे की गुंडागर्दी और पावर का दुरुपयोग और संविधान को खत्म करने वाला नियम इन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में लाया है। ये 2.5 सालों में मैं आपसे विनती करूंगी जल्द से जल्द ये परिवारों को सिक्योर किया जाए और राष्ट्रपति शासन ये महाराष्ट्र में लगाया जाए, इतनी मैं आपसे जरूर विनंती करूंगी।
सर्व आमदारांची शिवसेनेच्या बैठक झाली। आम्ही सगळे एकत्र होतो, वर्षा निवासाने बैठक झाली। त्या बैठकीमध्ये आम्ही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना सर्व अधिकाऱ्यांच्या समोर त्यांनी आम्हाला किती पैसे मतदारसंघात दिले त्याचे आकडे मागितले। त्यानंतर त्यांनी मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या समोर चुकीचे आकडे दिले। ते आकडे पाहून मुख्यमंत्री सुद्धा आम्ही खरे आकडे दिल्यानंतर अचंबित झाले। त्यांनी अधिकाऱ्यांना सांगितलं, तुम्ही आणि राष्ट्रवादीच्या नेत्यांनी आमचा विश्वासघात केला, परंतु त्याच्यात काही बदल झाला नाही। आम्हाला शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांना 50 कोटी 55 कोटीचा निधी गेला होता, तर राष्ट्रवादीच्या सगळ्या आमदारांना 700।
ती बैठक आहे, बैठकीला सहभागी होण्यासाठी आलेलो आहे। धन्यवाद।
And we are tracking all the developments when it comes to multiple meetings that are going on. I'm right outside Sena Bhavan where Aditya Thackeray has gone inside, Sanjay Raut has gone inside, and the meeting will take place and the decision will be expected from Shiv Sena as to how their political trajectory is going to be going forward. Stay tuned with Republic and we'll be back with all the details right after this short break.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
And amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramdas Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the latter's Sagar bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus independents. Guwahati saw protests by workers of the Congress state unit demanding that the breakaway faction leaders of the Shiv Sena leave the state. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, citing the federal structure of the country, stated he cannot block tourists from coming to Assam. Meanwhile, in Nashik, Shiv Sena supporters threw black ink and eggs at a poster showing a picture of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and also raised slogans against him. Even as the impasse continues, as Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray refuses to concede to Eknath Shinde's demands, Congress has moved into a wait-and-watch mode. There's been little word from the Congress since the party was miffed by Sanjay Raut's offer to discuss even leaving the MVA if the rebels return. Meanwhile, the Eknath Shinde-led rebellion continues to demand that the party should break ties with NCP and Congress and join hands with the BJP.
Stories from across the country in brief. Amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramnath Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the Sagar Bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus the independents. Stories from across the country in brief. After the Supreme Court dismissed a petition alleging a larger conspiracy by the high state functionaries, including the then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi, in the 2002 Gujarat Riots, MOS Home Nityanand Rai welcomed the Apex Court's decision, saying that the truth always wins.
Getting in breaking news now in the first pictures of the Devendra Fadnavis meeting with Ramnath Athavale. These are pictures that came in earlier today. And this is Athavale's meeting with Fadnavis, where the allies discussed, and it's not just Athavale and Fadnavis, there were senior leaders as well, cross-party representation of the NDA and like-minded parties who discussed what needs to be done next in the current political scenario in the state of Maharashtra. Ramnath Athavale, after that meeting, spoke to the media, said that he stands with the Eknath Shinde group, adding that they will lend support to them. Now, Eknath Shinde group, he also said, had over 2/3 majority required, which means they have the numbers needed to form a new outfit or a grouping. And these are the first pictures coming in. Meanwhile, we'll also go across to Matoshri, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, where there seems to be some movement. He's likely to leave his residence now and head towards the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Priyanka's live at Matoshri, I think, or at Shiv Sena Bhavan. Priyanka, I think there's some movement there, hearing that he could be headed, hearing that Uddhav Thackeray could be headed towards the Shiv Sena Bhavan.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Niranjan. In fact, that's exactly what we were learning, that Uddhav Thackeray is expected to be here at the Sena Bhavan. Let's pan our cameras because we want to keep showing the movement, because there's a lot of leaders that are going inside the Sena Bhavan. We just saw Aditya Thackeray also going inside, and after which we were learning that the meeting has commenced and there will be a lot of discussion when it comes to the political trajectory of Shiv Sena going ahead. And now we are also learning from Matoshri that Uddhav Thackeray has left to come to Sena Bhavan, because you can see the kind of arrangements that are being made, the security arrangements as of now, and this is going to be massive. This is going to be massive, that Uddhav Thackeray is going to be here. Aditya Thackeray already inside, Sanjay Raut already inside, all of the leadership of the Shiv Sena in the side of the Sena Bhavan, and perhaps some kind of discussion over what really is going to be the decision that needs to be taken for Shiv Sena, because BJP now applying the pressure tactics, claiming that they don't have the numbers, claiming that Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have all the MLAs together. In fact, that Eknath Shinde has the numbers with him. Now, this is something that the BJP leaders had stated, and as you rightly pointed out, the visuals of Ramnath Athavale along with the Devendra Fadnavis, and after which we had seen the former come out and make a statement and claimed that the Eknath Shinde camp already has all the numbers with them, and that is why Uddhav Thackeray does not have all the MLAs with him anymore. And now we see in the backdrop of that, let's put this into perspective, because last night we saw Sharad Pawar going and meeting Uddhav Thackeray and in fact speaking to him, and we were also learning from our sources that there might have been a suggestion that would have been kept on table about Uddhav Thackeray to tender his resignation, of whether or not that actually gets done, or that is something that we will have to wait and watch for. But we are seeing that
the anger is bound to be there.
जिस तरीके से तोड़फोड़ अलग अलग जगहों पर विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं, पूरे से जा रहे हैं, क्या कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर के सवाल हुआ है? किस तरीके से?
कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल सक्षम है, कानून पूरा राज्य का नियंत्रण है, कोई राज्य में ऐसी घटना नहीं हुई जिसका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के नाम से कोई दुरुपयोग करने के बाद ऐसा कोई मामला हुआ नहीं है। हालांकि लोकल लेवल पर जो MLAs ने अपनी लॉयल्टी जो है वो शिवसेना को छोड़कर रिबेलियन किया है, उसके बारे में आम आदमी में, जनता में बहुत नाराज़ी है। ये तो मानना ही पड़ेगा।
चौहान सर, शिवसेना जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं, एकनाथ शिंदे काफी शार्प हो रहे हैं। एकनाथ शिंदे ने नया प्रोग्राम किया है शिवसेना बालासाहेब।
देखिए सवाल ऐसा है कि उन्होंने किसी के नाम से भी कुछ फॉर्म किया होगा, जब तक उसको लीगल उसकी ऑथराइजेशन या उसको रिकग्निशन नहीं मिलता है तब तक इसको तो अनऑथराइज ही कहना पड़ेगा, इसको कोई मतलब नहीं रहता है। तो स्पीकर के लेवल पर जो कार्रवाई लीगल कानूनी तौर पर अपेक्षित है, वो जब तक किसी चीज़ को रिकग्नाइज नहीं करते हैं तब तक ऐसे गट को, ऐसे ग्रुप को कोई रिकग्निशन तो बाहर मिलने का सवाल ही नहीं। मुद्दा एवढा स्पष्ट आहे, कोणी कोणाच्या नावाने जरी वेगळा गट जरी स्थापन केला तरी जो पण कायदेशीररित्या त्या ग्रुपला किंवा त्या गटाला मान्यता देण्याची जी काही प्रक्रिया उपाध्यक्ष किंवा अध्यक्षांच्या स्तरावर असते, ती प्रक्रिया पूर्ण झाल्याशिवाय किंवा ती प्रक्रिया अवलंबून केल्याशिवाय असं कुठल्याही वेगळं रेकग्निशन त्याला मिळू शकत नाही। आणि जो पण रेकग्निशन मिळत नाही तो पण अशा ग्रुप फॉर्म करण्याचा अर्थ काही नाही।
जो काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीमुळे शिवसेनेला अडचण होते आणि त्यामुळेच काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीला सोडून
आम्ही या बाबतीमध्ये योग्य वेळेस काही गोष्टी बोलू। आमचं महाविकास आघाडी ज्यावेळेस स्थापन झाली त्यावेळी तिन्ही पक्षांनी एकत्र येऊन भाजपला बाहेर ठेवण्याकरता तिघांचा एकमुखाने निर्णय झालेला होता 2019च्या वेळेस, आणि त्यामुळे या मुद्द्यावर आम्ही आज काही बोलणार नाही, कारण ती उचिती होणार नाही। आमचं सर्वांचं समर्थन महाविकास आघाडीचे नेते यांना आहे आणि त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखालीच ही स्थापन झालेली महाविकास आघाडी।
नाराजी हे इंटेलिजन्स इनपुट होते, गेली वर्षभर नाराजी होती आणि मुख्यमंत्र्यांना माहिती असूनही त्यांनी त्यांच्यावर दुर्लक्ष केलं, म्हणून ही स्थिती सध्या सरकारवर ओढवली आहे।
आम्हाला भाषण नाही करायचं या विषयावर। जो काही शिवसेनेमध्ये घडतंय हा त्यांचा अंतर्गत विषय आहे आणि मुख्यमंत्री सक्षमपणे त्या गोष्टीला बिलकुल व्यवस्थितपणे हाताळतात।
16 MLA को जिस तरीके से
within the party, so they have to decide what they and they have to take up a position on it.
किस तरीके से आप
कानूनी अभी ऐसा है कि ये सब लीगल प्रोसेस है, तो लीगल प्रोसेस में जो भी कंसल्टेशन चल रहा है, डिप्टी स्पीकर भी शायद मेरे ख्याल से कंसल्ट कर ही रहे हैं, तो जो भी वो फैसला उचित समझते हैं कानूनी तौर पर करना चाहिए।
सर, स्वतंत्र गट जरी स्थापन करते तरी पक्ष प्रवेशाचा मुद्दा राहतो आणि तो शेवटचा पर्याय असेल बंडखोरांसमोर। 40पेक्षा जास्त आमदार आहेत, जर भाजपमध्ये जर प्रवेश झालाच तर महाविकास आघाडी सरकार कुठेतरी असं
असे जरतरवर काही उत्तर देण्याचा अर्थ नाही। जो पण एखादी घटना घटत नाही तो पण त्याच्यावर भाष्य करणं उचित नाही आहे। हे तुमचा जो प्रश्न आहे हायपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन आहे।
नाही, पण याच्या आडून राष्ट्रपती राजवट लावण्याचा प्रयत्न महाराष्ट्रातून केला जातो।
राज्यामध्ये अंधाधुंद आणि संशयास्पद कारभार चालू आहे,
बंडखोरांच्या आडून हा राष्ट्रपती राजवट लावण्याचा प्रयत्न
राज्यपालांना दिलेला आहे।
महाविकास आघाडी म्हणून आम्ही काम करतो आहोत। राज्यामधल्या सर्व प्रश्नांवर सुद्धा आमचं काम चाललेलं आहे, कोणत्या प्रश्नामध्ये बिलकुल दुर्लक्ष नाही आणि काम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री स्वतः पाहत आहेत, आम्ही सर्वजण काम पाहत आहोत आणि प्रयत्न कोणी करील असा तसं करण्याचा, परंतु तो यशस्वी होणार नाही। आम्ही सरकार म्हणून काम करतो आहोत, महाविकास म्हणून काम करतो आहोत आणि कुठेही कोणतंही कारण असं नाही की त्याच्यामध्ये राष्ट्रपती राजवट लावण्यास योग्य कोणतंही
कारण। Cutting across to the live pictures on ANI live service now. ANI Select where the Chief Minister has left, we are being told. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra has left his residence and is likely to head towards Sena Bhavan. So we'll stay with the live pictures right now. And Piyush Shori is also live. Piyush Shori is live, but he's at a different location. So let me just... Piyush, has he left? Piyush, you're at Matoshri. Has he left? Okay, let's cut across to Live View 3.
Yes, Niranjan, he's already left for Niranjan.
Live View 3. Okay, those are pictures of the Maharashtra Chief Minister arriving. Maharashtra Chief Minister arriving at Sena Bhavan. Priyanka's live. Priyanka.
You can see Uddhav Thackeray Yeah, Niranjan, we are showing you the visuals. Uddhav Thackeray arriving at Sena Bhavan, coming inside the Sena Bhavan, expected to get out of the car. A lot of rush here, a lot of security arrangements here. Perhaps not expected that he would be coming here as well. And of course, now we are seeing that Uddhav Thackeray arriving at the Shiv Sena Bhavan for that meeting. And we had seen Aditya Thackeray that had already gone inside, Sanjay Raut already inside, several of the leadership of the Shiv Sena, in fact, having the discussion about the going forward, what decision will be taken as well, because the pressure tactics is continuing from the side of the BJP, as we saw the pictures of Ramdas Athawale meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, and the former in fact coming out and stating that Eknath Shinde is the one that has the numbers, and Uddhav Thackeray. But of course what we saw was Uddhav Thackeray meeting with the workers, and his body language, in fact, Niranjan, him trying to posture that everything is okay, and he waved at the supporters here, waved at the workers here, and went inside. And Vijay Neeraj is in fact continuously showing you the images of what's really happening in Sena Bhavan, where Uddhav Thackeray has just arrived, and we can see the kind of body language that he really had. He did not speak anything. We tried to ask him a question, but he did not say anything. He only just looked at his workers. He simmered to them. He in fact waved to them as well, trying to say that everything is okay with Shiv Sena, everything is okay within the party, within the government, within the MBA government as well. And that really was the message, Niranjan, that Shiv Sena had been trying to put across from the time that this entire political crisis had been unraveling, them claiming that they have the numbers, them claiming that the MBA is going to stay intact, and that the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati are the ones that are betraying Balasaheb Thackeray and Hindutva and Shiv Sena, and that is why yesterday as well Aditya Thackeray had been claiming the same exact thing in the meeting, where he said that those MLAs that are holed up in Guwahati are the ones that betrayed the party, and that we did not expect the people of our family to do so as well. They were calling the MLAs their family members, and claiming that the MLAs of the Shiv Sena family have betrayed us. These were the kind of emotional appeals from the very get-go, Niranjan, we have seen since the time the Eknath Shinde had mobilized all of these MLAs and taken them to Surat, and since then Uddhav Thackeray, in fact by the day that we see more and more emotional appeals that have been made by Uddhav Thackeray on social media platforms or in the video conferencing meetings as well, where he is addressing the Shiv Sena party members, workers and the executive membership as well, where he is saying that his resignation is ready, it's typed up. All the MLAs in Guwahati have to do is come back to Mumbai and collect it. And we are now seeing that yesterday, after all of these appeals had been made, after all of these discussions had gone on inside of the Shiv Sena Bhavan with Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray himself arriving here, himself going to be there in this meeting that is in fact underway. In this meeting as well, Niranjan, some kind of decision might be expected, some kind of decision might be taken as well. However, the Shiv Sena, even if in the backroom talks that are being carried out with the Shiv Sena, with the Eknath Shinde camp, there is still posturing that is being done by Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Priyanka Chaturvedi, all of them coming out and stating that we are in touch with the 21 MLAs and we are still going to be intact. There is nothing that is going to change in the MBA government, and not just that, it is the Eknath Shinde camp that has completely betrayed Balasaheb Thackeray, and they will not get away with this. This is the message that Shiv Sena really wants to send across to the rebel MLAs and to the BJP, the NCP, the Congress, because we have seen multiple meetings that had been gone on with the BJP, the Congress, the NCP, and yesterday, let us not forget, the very crucial meeting that took place between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, where we were learning the inside details of what really transpired in that meeting. And of course, we were learning that Sharad Pawar had also given a suggestion that there might be a possibility that Uddhav Thackeray might also have to tender his resignation. Whether or not he does that is something that is we will have to wait and watch for. But as of now, what we see is Shiv Sena leadership at one place inside of the Sena Bhavan. And remember, the optics of it are also something very interesting to note, Niranjan, because we had seen that Sanjay Raut coming out in the media claiming that what is going to be the worst thing that will happen. The worst thing that will happen is that they will go out of power in the government of Maharashtra, but which of course had also gotten a lot of backlash from NCP and Congress because of those statements. But now we see in the backdrop of those statements, we see that all of the Shiv Sena executive membership, the leadership, the corporators, the leaders, in fact, that had been going in and out of the Sena Bhavan. Today, all of them in one place. Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, all of the leadership, in fact, at the Sena Bhavan, and the meeting as of now underway and decision expected, and perhaps in probably 1 hour or 1.5 hours or so, we will probably get a decision as to what really happened in that meeting, and we can expect that Sanjay Raut will come out and address the media. He chose not to do that yesterday after Aditya Thackeray had made those emotional appeals to the leadership inside Sena Bhavan, but today we can expect that Sanjay Raut will be addressing the media as well.
Okay, staying with the live action at Shiv Sena Bhavan, expecting breaking news updates now. Okay, Himanta Biswa Sarma speaking on ANI service about the situation. Let's cut across live to Himanta Biswa Sarma on ANI, please. ANI service.
बंद कर दूंगा ये क्या टाइप का आर्गूमेंट है? आप लोग भी असम में आया है, कोई जर्नलिस्ट आया हुआ है, होटल का रूम में है, तो मैं उन लोग को बोलूँगा क्या ये कोविड का क्या हम लोग ने लॉकडाउन दिया है क्या असम कि अभी कोविड है आप लोग मत आइए? देखिए बीजेपी क्यों बिल देगा? अब जाके रेडिशन में बाद में खबर लेके आइए। असम का लोग पैसा नहीं दे रहा है, असम का लोग उल्टा वो लोग से पैसा कलेक्ट कर रहा है इन द फॉर्म ऑफ टैक्स। हमारा तो फायदा हो रहा है असम। बीजेपी सपोर्ट कर रहा है कि बीजेपी महाराष्ट्र में बीजेपी सपोर्ट करे ना करे इसमें मैं क्यों पढ़ूँ? मेरा तो इतना ही है कि असम में अगर कोई गेस्ट आया है दे शुड लिव सिक्योरली, दे शुड हैव ए कंफर्टेबल स्टे। अगर कोई कल कांग्रेस का भी लोग आए उसको भी कंफर्ट एंड सिक्योरिटी देना मेरा काम है। इसका साथ असम का बार का क्या लिंक है? अरे भाई साहब अभी असम का बार के लिए इतना आप लोग का चिंता हो गया, आगे क्यों चिंता नहीं किया? तो कम से कम शिवसेना लोग यहाँ आया तो कम से कम लोगों का मालूम हुआ असम में बार है, नहीं तो यही लोग तो असम का बारे में एक से एक न्यूज़ भी तो नहीं किया था। आज जितना वो लोग रूम में टीवी रूम में बैठ के बड़ा बड़ा स्पीच दे रहा है, 10 दिन पहले तो असम का बार के लिए तो कुछ भी नहीं लिखा था, असम का बार का बारे में तो ट्वीट भी नहीं किया था। तो मैं चाहूँगा हर बार असम में बार होगा तो ऐसा कोई एमएलए असम में आना चाहिए, तभी असम का बार भी थोड़ा हाईलाइट हो जाएगा।
So you spoke about how the book should be also translated into Assamese.
I think if you read the book in Assamese, many of our leaders by the
We're taking a short break here on Republic TV. Now you're seeing the action develop from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati to Delhi, tracking it from every city, every development. Stay tuned.
The all-new Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs, is here.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Gujarat government has given its nod for the 145th Rath Yatra of Lord Jagannath in Ahmedabad on July 1st with restricted participation and strict adherence to the COVID-19 protocols and guidelines. Regarding the same, Ahmedabad Police Commissioner held a press conference and gave information about the security arrangements. The Delhi Commission for Women on Friday issued summons to Delhi Police and Central Industrial Security Force over the alleged sexual harassment of a woman in Delhi Metro. The Commission had taken so motor cognizance of the matter when a woman put a social media post narrating her ordeal on Twitter, wherein she stated that a man tried to sexually harass her on the Jorbagh station of Delhi Metro. The flood situation in Assam remained critical on Friday as 45.34 lakh people are still reeling under the second wave of the deluge in northeastern state. As many as 10 people's lives were lost in the last 24 hours, taking the total number of casualties to 117. Now, out of 117 deaths, 100 people died in the flood and 17 died in landslides.
And amid the Maharashtra political crisis, former Maharashtra Chief Minister and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis will start meeting BJP allies from today, including Republican Party of India President Ramdas Athavale, who will meet Fadnavis at the latter's Sagar bungalow. The meeting is scheduled to take place at 11 a.m. Rebel MLAs welcome Shiv Sena legislator Dilip Lande, who was with Maharashtra CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp until recently. As a result, the strength of the rebels has now been propelled to 38 Shiv Sena MLAs plus independents. In a massive development, Pakistan has arrested Sajid Mir, Pak-based top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, who was one of the main planners of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. This comes after years of Pakistan denying his presence and even stating that he was dead. The United States will send another $450 million security aid package to Ukraine. White House National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby said at a press conference that the new package includes multiple rocket launchers, patrol boats, and artillery shells.
Eknath Shinde camp continues to pile numbers, is quitting the only option for Uddhav as numbers continue to dwindle. Shinde camp alleges security of 38 MLAs revoked. Uddhav Sena refutes. Is Uddhav camp resorting to desperate measures as numbers slide further? Sources say Shinde camp set to float new faction Shiv Sena, Bala Saheb Thackeray. Shinde camp has now completely isolated Uddhav. Hectic parleys lined up as Uddhav camp now runs out of numbers and out of options. From Congress to politically paid NGOs and journalists to propagandists, Shah's tell-all unsparing attack as Modi gets a clean chit. Will Luton speak up now?
पुलिस अफसर का नाम दिया है, एक एनजीओ का नाम दिया है और कुछ पॉलिटिकल एलिमेंट्स का नाम दिया है। ये तीनों ने मिलकर जजमेंट के अंदर ये स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सनसनी खड़ी करने के लिए झूठ बातों को फैलाया गया।
Assam flood situation worsens, death toll rises to 118 while over 45 lakh hit by the floods. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Sucharita Kukreti. You're watching Republic TV as the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is on the verge of crumbling. Yes, on the verge of crumbling. From Guwahati to Maharashtra, several hectic parleys have been lined up. While Uddhav Thackeray is sharing the national executive meet as we speak, 1,905 kilometers away, the Shinde camp is in Guwahati and is all set to appoint its official spokesperson very shortly. Keeping a close watch on the swift Maha developments is also the BJP that has now swung into action. We'll quickly go across to my colleague Priyanka, who's joining us from Mumbai. Priyanka, the national executive meet has begun with Uddhav Thackeray chairing it. But what more is expected? Because the entire camp that's sitting in Guwahati now all set to even appoint its national spokesperson today. Well, that being said, Sucharita, that also clarifies a lot of things as to what really is going to be the decision that will be taken from Shiv Sena, because right behind me is the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where Uddhav Thackeray has just gone inside a few minutes ago, and we had seen Aditya Thackeray as well that had been present there, and Sanjay Raut as well that is present inside, and we had seen the kind of posturing that Uddhav Thackeray had also done before going inside. He did not speak much. We tried to ask him some questions about what Shiv Sena is going to be doing going forward with respect to the political trajectory of the party as well, but he did not speak much. He just waved to his followers, because as Vijay Neeraj is actually showing you the kind of visuals, the kind of workers in fact of Shiv Sena that have been gathered here, and Sucharita, we have been reporting here since quite some time now, and we have seen every day that Shiv Sena members, leaders, workers in fact who come here to show their support, since all of them are really they do not know what the future of the Shiv Sena is going to be, the future of the Mahavikas Aghadi government is going to be, and they are trying to just show their support to Uddhav Thackeray, show their support to Aditya Thackeray, and that's exactly what we saw. Uddhav Thackeray, communicating with them, waving at them and posturing as though that everything is okay with the Shiv Sena, everything is all right with the Mahavikas Aghadi government, and that is really the messaging that Shiv Sena had been trying to send across from the very get-go. While they claimed that they are in touch with the MLAs who are in Guwahati, there are at least 21 of them that they are in touch with, even now claiming that everything is okay with the Shiv Sena, nothing is going to happen. Yesterday, importantly, we saw Aditya Thackeray, who had chaired that meeting and had several leadership of the Shiv Sena that had been present inside. After coming out, all of them had stated that there might be legal action that they will be taking against the MLAs. And now as we pan our cameras, let's also talk about the 16 MLAs and the disqualification as well, which has been questioned, claiming that whether it can actually be done, whether there is a legal leg to really even stand on when it comes to this kind of a decision of disqualification of the rebel camp of the MLAs that are in Guwahati. But as of now, what we are seeing that yesterday, it's important to note, and it's important to point this out because we had seen yesterday late night Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri in one room, one-on-one meeting that went on between the two of them, and after that we had seen Uddhav Thackeray also addressing several leaders of the Shiv Sena, claiming that their entire focus will be that of the BMC elections and that they should not be bothered about what's really happening with Eknath Shinde. They had said that all of that is going to remain intact, the MV is going to remain intact, and as we keep showing you visuals, I believe more and more leaders in fact are going inside the Sena Bhavan, so we're going to keep panning our camera as we speak about the political developments, Sucharita. As yesterday, as I was mentioning, that Sharad Pawar had gone and met with Uddhav Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray had stated that they are focusing on the BMC elections, they're not bothered about what's happening in Guwahati anymore. And also, we had been learning from our sources that there might have been a possibility that Sharad Pawar might have been making this suggestion that Uddhav Thackeray would have to tender his resignation, and what really will be the arithmetic of that going.
Right, so those visuals coming from Sena Bhavan. Priyanka is getting us those visuals from Sena Bhavan as leaders continue to reach Sena Bhavan for that meeting with Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. And as we speak, let me also tell you that Section 144 has been imposed in Mumbai. Now, those visuals of Uddhav Thackeray as he reaches the Sena Bhavan, he is in the midst of Shiv Senics who are thronging Sena Bhavan, also shows the victory sign. He knows the numbers aren't on his side. He knows that the numbers are dwindling. But Uddhav Thackeray there reaching, and a very, very important meet with the national executives right now it's going on. And as Uddhav prepares his next strategy, the Shinde camp sitting there in Guwahati is also set to announce its official spokesperson. So even though we've been hearing from the rebel MLAs, it's now being said that they're all ready to float a new party, Shiv Sena Bala Saheb Thackeray.
बकरी जैसे बे 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 कर रहे हैं, हाँ छोड़ दीजिए ये बात, अभी भी मौका नहीं गया है। कल भी रात को शरद पवार साहब और अजीत पवार साहब, जयंत राव पाटिल, प्रफुल्ल पटेल सब मातोश्री पे आए थे। उनके सामने, उनके मौजूदगी में वहाँ से 10 MLA ने हमसे बात की है उनके मौजूदगी में। अरे क्या बोल रहे हैं, कौन किसके साथ है? आइए आप महाराष्ट्र में फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, किसमें कितना दम है वो पता चलेगा। और मैं बहुत ही जिम्मेदारी से और कॉन्फिडेंटली बोल रहा हूँ, ये हवा की बात नहीं है। संजय राउत कभी हवा में बात नहीं करता। उद्धव ठाकरे जो चाहते हैं वही मैं बोलूँगा। और हमारे पास क्या है, कौन सी ताकत है मुझे मालूम है। और जो बगावत पे उतर आए हैं वो अपने विधायक की बचाए।
देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो विरोधी पक्ष नेता भी है और माजी मुख्यमंत्री भी है, उनके साथ मैंने बात की है और उन्होंने बताया है कि मतलब जो शिव सेना में जो अंतर्गत झगड़ा है उससे हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है और एकनाथ शिंदे जी और उद्धव ठाकरे के बीच में जो विवाद है वो निपटाए, उससे हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है और हमें कोई हम वेट एंड वॉच पर हम लोग हैं, हमें कोई घाई नहीं है और सरकार बनाने के संबंध में हमने अभी